fantastic. I'm well. I'm really well. I just had a really nice walk. And a little meditation session by the water, all that stuff. Reaffirmed I am invincible or invisible, one of those. Yeah, that was weird. I won't get into it, but it's all fine. It's all good in the hood. So, oh, that felt so good. I haven't been feeling good today. I've been like pretty much sleeping all day. So I was hoping a walk would help, and it definitely did. Tempted to take another one. Probably will. It's actually pretty nice out. It's above freezing anyway, which is nice to me. But I wanted to get out and get the supplies I needed before Christmas. I always forget to do that. I don't know why. I'm always like, how come nothing's open? Just because it's Christmas. But so I thought ahead this time. I have all my supplies. I have everything I need. Thank you, Andre. And Sarah. Oh, what else? Merry Christmas to my kiddos. I love you guys. Sage and Lily and Charlie, I love you guys like crazy. And all my other kiddos too, I love you guys too. I hope everyone's doing okay. I did run into somebody while I was out that is aware of my presidential campaign. Was actually pretty excited about it. Wanted to hear how things were going. And he wanted to know if I'm not on the ballot, how he's going to vote for me. And yeah, you just write me in. I don't know if that anybody else has that same question. There's a spot you can write a name in on the ballot when you vote for president. You just write it in, Elizabeth Hartwig. That's how you do it. That's how you vote for somebody that's not on the ballot. In my opinion, it's really the only logical choice. But I'm very logical, and many people are not. So yeah, write my name on the ballot. I'm sure Beth Hartwig would even work, but Elizabeth Hartwig is actually my legal name. I got a bunch of freebies at the store. You know, I get a lot of issues from people. Always have. But when people like me, they really like me. And it's nice to when you run into those people. I got a whole bunch of free stuff. Free THC infused stuff. Nice Christmas present from the universe and Andre. I love you so much. What else? This dog is like, you getting under the covers? Are you serious? He's pulling the covers back with his mouth and getting under them. He likes to sit right where I. Whoa. This dog is insane. He just made the bed and then got on top of it. Like, he pulled the covers up and then got on top of the covers. That's insane. You comfy now? You good? I don't know. It's weird. He likes to be at the top of the bed by my pillow, but he didn't want the covers messed up there. Because I just had pulled the covers back and gotten out of bed and left him like that. He just made the bed. He literally just made the bed and got on top of it. He almost fell off of it doing it too, because he was pulling the covers back and then he lost his back 2 feet and then he had to get on. That was crazy. I've never seen anything like that. Dogs make beds. Wow. I've been thinking about my buddy a lot lately. My golden retriever that I lost. He was such a good dog. I loved him. That was like the last dog I let myself fall in love with. It was just so hard. It was so hard. I just had dogs didn't live long enough to fall in love with them. It was too hard. But this dog is working on me. We're in close quarters. He's like my only live friend. So we're getting pretty tight. I think I might have fallen in love with another dog. Oh gosh, these dogs have been going off all night. Looks so pretty with the light going through it. I just love it. Look at that. That looks cool. It's got like an iridescent kind of look to it. Hey Masa, how are you? I haven't seen you in a long time. I just got back from a really nice walk. It was crazy. I was like totally stalked too. It's like, I don't even know. Like, it's so funny though. They would like pull up in driveways. Yeah, I'm doing really good. I'm glad you're doing good. They would like pull up in driveways by where I was walking and then just like sit in the driveway in their car. And and then after I walked by, they would like pull out and drive around the block or whatever, come back around. They kept on pulling in driveways and just sitting there. This SUV. Um, One of the ones I recognize a lot. I don't even know what make it is. I just know the shape of it and the color. But they must get so bored. Like, to me, that would just be the most boring existence. To just sit around and wait for somebody to walk somewhere and then follow them, and I don't know what they're trying to do. I guess it's they're trying to intimidate me. Um, or not. Maybe they're just trying. Maybe they're trying to protect me, and they don't want to alarm me. Either way, like they're not doing anything to harm me, so it doesn't bother me at all. But if it's intended to bother me, they're really wasting their time. If they're there to protect me, thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. People are crazy. Like straight up. That shit crazy. But let's see, what did I get? I did read the environment while I was out. And I got that endurance, our endurance has allowed us to place the head cornerstone in the development of our new world. The head cornerstone is set. That's good news. Um, the head cornerstone is the most important part of the build. So, it's really good. Oh, what else has been going on? My friend Tanoa Downing is still working on getting the promises made in our Constitution upheld. Um, and he still needs money. You can do PayPal, Cash App, or Venmo. We shall be free to help with that, because he's working on getting people who are unjustly confined released from prison, and it's a very important part of the movement to total freedom, world freedom. Yes, also, energies seem really to be stagnant right now. It's an illusion. The current is running strong beneath the surface. There's a lot going on behind the scenes. Yeah. Justice is coming in. I just keep hearing that. Justice is coming in. You can't see it right now, but it's coming in. God says that the reason for the illusion right now of things being at a standstill is he's trying to trick y'all into fucking resting, just chilling. He wants everybody to heal right now. It's a time of healing. I've been seeing green everywhere too. It's a time of healing and eagles. It's a time of looking at things from a higher perspective, not involving yourself in the storm, rising above it. And being patient and enduring the time, the illusory time. It's a time of healing. That's what I keep hearing. Yeah, there's probably, here's another thing I keep hearing is people are waking up right now. A lot of people are waking up. So, um, to those of us who have been doing this for a while, if you recall, after you wake up, it's like severe depression when you realize that your whole life is a lie. Remember that? It was not good. And honestly, a lot of us of the 144, were probably pretty well awake the whole time. I look at the dog and the dog looks at the door. It's funny. I'm gauging what's going on by looking at the dog. He's gauging what's going on by looking at the door. That's funny. Oh, she's all. So, yeah. What was I going off about? What's going on below the surface? There's an illusion going on right now of things being stagnant so that you'll stop to rest. But there really is a lot going on. Justice, in terms of justice. The enemy is perturbed at this time. Yeah, I know. I haven't been watching what's going on in the world. I have seen a few things. Just because I do have friends that fill me in. I just try not to get too involved in it because I know a lot of the news is fake. So I only trust stuff that I hear from people that I know. Um, all that stuff is a balancing of energies that's going on right now. God warned me that this was coming. Um, a lot of violence, a lot of death, a lot of sacrifices, is what I just heard. This isn't There's nothing to be concerned with. The righteous will rise again. And the fallen are going to stay down. They're not getting back up. Yeah, everything's connected. And everything we do, I've been seeing this more and more. I always knew this growing up, but like, it's just crazy. I can see every little thing I do changing a lot around me. It's really, um, it's kind of crazy. I suppose it's always been like that, but I didn't notice it as much. I literally was just a good person because my conscience was so stringent that I couldn't be anything but a good person. I can barely even take credit for doing such a good job at being a good person because I got instant karma for doing it wrong. Like instantly. I would see it instantly where I went wrong. And it would be harsh, way harsher than anything I'd actually done. I used to think that my past lives must have been terrible. Like I used to think that I must have been like a serial killer in my past life because of all the horrible things that happened to me in this life that have nothing. They are no consequence to my actions. It's impossible that it would be consequence to my actions. But it would always correlate. You know what I mean? Like it would always correlate. It would always be instant karma. In the fact that I couldn't get away with anything. Nothing. So I did very little wrong in the way of things being immoral or unethical. Like there wasn't too many times I fell off the wagon there. Because if I did, I would regret it for years. I would obsess over shit I did wrong for years until I could let it go somehow. I let a lot of stuff go when I was tripping, like actually mushrooms were the best. Some of the major like head traps I had been in my life, I got out of on mushrooms. I don't know why I just thought of that, but I remember that like things that I tripped out on hard, like having an abortion when I was 17. That um messed with my head until I was like, I don't know, it was a few years. It messed with my head though. Um, until I was doing mushrooms one time, and I was listening to I think it's Primus. I don't know if it's Primus or a different band that Les Claypool's in. Anyways, it's a song called Too Many Puppies. And like literally I was tripping because it was like I just had such a guilty conscience about that. Conscience. Anyway. Um and then that song came on. I was tripping on that, and then that song came on. Too Many Puppies. It was like God talking to me. He's like, "There's way too many people in the world for you to worry about. You're deciding not to have one right now. Don't worry about that." I was like, "Okay, cool," and I've been cool with that ever since. But it was mushrooms that cured me of that. It was mushrooms that cured me of thinking that it was my fault my dad killed himself. because my mom instilled that in my head growing up. What is that? Are you guys seeing that? I just keep seeing this light going. Anyways, yeah, it was on acid actually when I got over the fact that it about just holding guilt over my dad's death. Yeah. Mushrooms are nice, like just a little bit will actually make you really happy. Like I wouldn't suggest like taking a lot or anything, but like I'd take them now even. I wouldn't take acid, it's too strong. But mushrooms, like a gram of mushrooms is nice. It really is. It's like it kind of tickles your body and um I like it. But yeah, getting really like high on psychedelics is how I got over my dad killing himself and me thinking that was my fault. That was a bad night though for whoever was tripping with me that night. I know Jack Wolford was there. He was like holding me like a baby. I was just bawling. Like, it's not my fault. He's like, no, it's not your fault. But that was like a rough night. Really rough. I think I had a couple of those. One night was I was drunk and I cried myself to sleep about thinking it was my fault. I was young then. I was like 12 or 13. That was with Jamie Sprague. Thanks for being there, guys, for those moments. Shit. I don't know what I would have done without you guys. Um, no, I'm not celebrating Christmas. I mean I am, like I got myself um stuff to have for Christmas. The stuff I need, you know, like weed um and my roommate is cooking Christmas dinner, so I guess yes, I'm celebrating Christmas. I'm just not um I don't know. Yeah, I guess I am. I don't know. Just Christmas is weird to me. All holidays are weird to me. I I'm the type of person that celebrates every day. Like I don't really need a holiday to celebrate. Yeah. Yeah, I just celebrate every day. I'm not the type of person to save things for a special occasion, you know? To me, life is my special occasion. So the only thing that Christmas is different for me is I got to make sure I'm stocked up, so I'm not going without what I need on Christmas because that really blows. Because everything's flipping closed, that blows. So yeah, I'm gonna miss my kids. I haven't spent a Christmas without my kids in 17 years. So that sucks, but that's okay. They wouldn't want me around anyway. I don't have any money. No presents, no fucking nothing. And I'm sure where they are now, they will have those things. So that's good. Yeah. I've been thinking about them all day. But it's like everything that happens is for a reason. God has me in a timeout for a reason. And I'm really just thankful that I was able to take a timeout in somewhere other than jail. Because that would have been the other alternative to get me to really seclude myself so I could heal. Seclude myself even from my kids, which is not something necessarily that a mother would be able to do voluntarily. I mean, I suppose somebody could have talked me into it, maybe. I don't know though. It just doesn't seem natural. But kids are a lot of responsibility, and it's really like hard to take time out for yourself when you've got kids and all those responsibilities, and they have a lot of things that they want and a lot of attention that they need, and um it's really hard to take time out and dive into yourself and do your own healing when you've got other people trying to get your attention all the time. I used to, when I was at home, I used to use headphones because I realized early on that kids were definitely a hindrance when it came to healing because you definitely need time alone, and kids do not like their parent, especially if you're their only parent, having a bunch of time alone. And also the the cost of keeping all that together is a lot. It takes a lot of time to, especially if you're working for like minimum wage, it takes a lot of time to make enough money to pay for all that stuff. So between that and then all the time that you have to spend with your kids when you're not paying for all that stuff, there really doesn't leave any time for you to heal, because you just have to keep on pushing those emotions and all that stuff aside to accomplish everyday things. So as painful as it seems to be to not have them around, I know it's what needs to be done right now, or it wouldn't be happening. And I really have needed the time. Like just today, I haven't had 10 minutes that I wasn't consumed with something that had to do with my healing, what I need to do for myself. So I don't drown in trauma. I processed a lot of trauma as I went through life, but now I keep on thinking it's like the end of my life. It seems like it. I keep on having these like just visions that go through my whole life, like all of these things, all these decisions, all these people. It's like this end of life review I keep going through. And I'm finding that, yeah, I healed from a lot of it as I went. And, but there were definitely some major things that stick out that I buried. And it's just odd to me because it's like, I did a pretty good job processing things. And then, like, some major thing happens to me, and I'm like, nope. I, I don't need to process that. I'll just forget that ever happened. And then, yeah, so that's the kind of the stuff I've been going through lately is stuff that, wow, I didn't even know was really there because I didn't know I hadn't processed it. I knew it was there. I just didn't know I hadn't processed it. I thought I was fine with it, but I wasn't. Um, Mostly the sexual assaults that happened to me in my life. I was not okay with that. And I just let that shit slide. And you know what? It was mostly because nobody would have believed me. And it's true. I think back, why didn't you say anything back then, Beth? And I'm like, well, because you didn't think anybody would believe you. And it's true. Nobody would have believed me back then. They wouldn't have. It's weird how quick people are to blame the victim of sexual assault. It's like the automatic go-to. People are just like, "Oh, you were sexually assaulted. Well, did you ask for it? Or are you lying? Are you like that's just how people think about that shit. They do." So I don't blame myself at all for not saying something sooner. Although, if I would have said something about Buck sooner, maybe those little girls wouldn't have gotten molested. I thought about that tonight. I don't know that anyone would have believed me, but maybe. It's funny that, but at the time, everybody thought I was sleeping with that guy, and no one believed me that I wasn't sleeping with him. So how was I going to get him to believe me that he actually fucking raped me? You know what I mean? So who knows? And that was my friends. So the police probably would have been, you know, worse. But who knows? Yeah, that's kind of the idea I got. Like I didn't speak up, but I knew if I did, people weren't going to believe me. They automatically don't believe the sexual assault victims. It's so weird too, because like I don't dress provocatively. I have been accused of trying to sell my body. I've been accused of being a prostitute in a sweatsuit, in dreadlocks in my hair, no makeup, nothing. The cop fucking said I was selling myself. Almost took me to jail for it. Even though there was no men around or anything, no one I was talking to. I was just walking home. It's weird. how being a woman, I don't know, it's just weird. They automatically, it's just like, just because you're a woman, you don't even have to be showing skin. But just being a woman, you're guilty if you're assaulted sexually. It's your fault. I'm not really sure how we're supposed to prevent that from happening because I never dress provocatively. I'm not a flirt, like none of that. So I'm not so sure how I was supposed to prevent that from happening. But society definitely expected me to prevent it from happening. Both times I was sexually assaulted, I was accused of being a fucking slut. Both times. When I was 12, and then again when I was 18, maybe 17. Both times at 12. I was a fucking virgin. I had kissed a boy on the lips once, like a peck on the lips. Well, it was more than once, but whatever. And I was like accused of being a slut by the person who sexually assaulted me. He had the whole school thinking I was a fucking slut. And everyone believed him. So, of course, I wasn't going to come out and be like, well, he sexually assaulted me. They wouldn't have believed me. It's funny. It's not even just about the sexual assault. It's about just flipping everything that's ever happened to me. Nobody ever believes me. Nobody gives a fuck. Maybe they do believe me. They just don't give a fuck. I don't know. It's just gotten to the point where it's like, I've got people stalking me. My, I've got people stalking me that I've called out for sexual assault, murder, um, fraud, theft, murder attempts, and all these people are stalking me currently. So yeah, like obviously no one gives a fuck because they're allowed to walk around free and do whatever the fuck they want to. And I call them out. And this is the shit that I didn't call out for all those years because no one would believe me. And finally, I've had enough of it and I fucking called everything out. And now I've just got everybody fucking stalking me, making the fucking dogs go crazy, all that shit. And I don't regret any of it because I feel fucking better. It's part of my healing process to not accept what's been done to me. I don't accept it. It's not okay. Even if I'm the only person that it's not okay with, it's still not okay. And when it's not okay with me, it's not okay with God either. He takes this shit fucking personally. And so do I now. I never used to. I literally, you could be the worst person in the world, and I wouldn't want to affect your life negatively. I would take a hit for a fucking piece of shit just so they could fucking be fine, happier, whatever. I would take hits for pieces of shit. I'm not doing that anymore. The world needs me whole. So I'm not taking hits for pieces of shit anymore. I'm just working on getting myself whole and staying that way. Fuck it. I fuck all that shit. I'm not doing that anymore. Any injustices done to me, I'm calling out. Any major ones, I'm calling it out. Because no one gives a fuck whether I call it out or I don't. So I might as well at least do myself the fucking justice of speaking the truth. I know I believe me. Actually, I know a lot of people believe me. I'm not the only one. Um, it helps to speak on a public platform because there's a lot of people hearing me, not just in a conglomerate, not just one person in a room that I can be like, hey, this is messed up. And they're like, yeah, I totally understand. But it's one person. No, I'm talking to a room full of people, a large room full of people actually, that based on the fact that I always speak the truth and my truths can be backed up. I'm being believed. This is what God's telling me. I'm being believed. That's good news. And also, when you speak to like one or two people, everyone's pussies. They're not going to stand up for you. Whether they believe you or not, they're not going to fucking stand up for you. But mob mentality is a beautiful thing sometimes, family. Because if I can talk to a whole fucking group of people and have them believe me, there's power in that. There's a lot of power in that. Telling one person your story and having them believe you, there's no power in that. Most likely they're not going to give a shit anyway. And if they do give a shit, they don't have big enough balls to fucking help you do anything about it anyway. But when you talk to a whole fucking auditorium full of people, shit happens. Because there's really nothing unbelievable about my story, especially when you hear all the facts. You know, I've always preferred to just be with one other person because I don't know why. I just don't do well in groups. It's too many different energies. But if I'm with one person, I can vibe with them and I can get them to understand where I'm coming from. I can understand anybody, but I can't get people to understand me if it was like more than one in a group. But if it's just one person, I could always get one person to understand me. But it's almost like when I'm on this platform, it's like I'm just talking to one other person, but it's a whole bunch of one other persons. Um, it's kind of nice feeling like I'm being heard because I know there's nothing unbelievable about my story. It's just a lot. It's not unbelievable. It's a lot for one person to have to go through. But there's so many people that have been in my life that can testify to small portions of my story being true. There's so many people that have been there for small segments of that can be like, yep, that's exactly how it happened. She's telling the story exactly how it happened. There's probably 500 people now that can say that about my stories. Yep, she told it exactly how it happened. You put all those together, you're going to know. Everything I say is true. It is. I'm going to try one of my little treats here. I have some almonds that are infused with THC. I bought them for a penny. And no, I couldn't buy more than one. I asked. I was going to buy them a penny. And they gave me a couple other free things too. It was awesome. It's nice to feel loved. The shizzle did well. These nuts. They're like candy. I know, even if you dress a certain way, but I'm just saying, it's like, it doesn't matter what you do. There's nothing you can do to prevent it. Not by being a kid, not by being completely like non-sexual. You still can't prevent it. And you can't even prevent other people from blaming you for it. Like, that's gonna happen too. It's weird. And the only reason I'm not being blamed or having any weird shit happen to me right now or weird fingers pointed at me right now is because I don't listen to anybody. I don't take phone calls. I don't hang around people. I don't even look at text. I don't want anything messing up my vibe. I only, like, even on lives now, Masa, I look to see who is talking before I even read anything. I want to know who's talking. And then if it's somebody that I don't trust, I won't even read what they say because I'm afraid they're trying to curse me. You know, that's how you curse people is with words. Hey, Luke. Good to see you. How are you doing? It's so weird though. Like, talk about a change in the energy. I used to refuse to talk about sexual assault. I wouldn't talk about it at all. I was denying that it was an issue. Or not that really, but it just wasn't an issue that I thought I had a problem with, so I wasn't going to talk about it. And then I realized that I actually didn't talk about it because I had a problem. And now it's like, it's just another topic of discussion. you know? But if I was in the public, I'm sure, I don't know, I probably still wouldn't talk about this shit. That's what it amounts to. Because I don't like hearing what people have to fucking say. I don't like seeing people judge me. It drives me crazy. Awesome. Sounds good. I you know what I'm enjoying about Christmas? I don't have to be around any family. Well, my kids I'd like to be, but I don't have to deal with any bullshit. No people trying to sweat me for this or that. I don't even know why. Why do people try to sweat me all the time? It's so weird. Like literally, when I would get ready to go around family, I would feel like I would have to like armor up and like, okay, all right, they're gonna ask you this, and that. Just fucking tell them like it is. If they don't like it, it's their fucking problem. And it was always like, oh Beth, like, oh Beth. It was like, yeah, well, what? Fucking deal with it. Fucking deal with it. It's my life. Deal with it. It's so funny. Um, it's like how it feels to like not have to deal with that. Like, okay, oh wow, there's no real love there. People, all they want to do is judge you and like act like there's something wrong with you. Where's the love in that? Having to feel like you have to prove yourself to everybody the whole time you're fucking there. Where's the love in that? And there's no real support when it comes to like life support. It's only mostly like darts being thrown at you. There's no like, hey, your family, is there anything I can do for you? Is there anything that we need to work on together to get, you know, everybody on track? That's what family getting together should be. Let's get around the table. Anybody having any issues? Let's bring up the issues and see if, when we got the family together, let's see if we can help anybody's issues instead of attacking people about their issues. Oh, let's attack Beth. She doesn't have a job right now. She has no money. Let's attack her. That's what family's for, right? Let's make her feel like real shit because she has no money. Isn't that what family does? Or yeah, it just doesn't seem that helpful to me. It should really be family should be like, helpful. Like Native Americans. The tribe, the family, they support each other. One person has a problem, the rest of them come together to make sure, like literally, like to think that family could be homeless. I mean, to think that anybody could be homeless that has family. How does that happen? How does that happen? You let your family fucking go homeless? Your own blood, you want to sleep in the rain and snow? How does that happen? That kind of ticks me off, actually. What's wrong with you people? And especially around the Christmas season, my family's wishing I was homeless. Isn't that funny? They're like, damn it, she's not out in the cold. Damn it. Oh, here's something else I heard. One of my favorite readers. Apparently, somebody's families have been trying to, winter solstice, we're trying to get some chosen ones to have a heart attack. And it was so funny because I've been thinking a lot of this magic and stuff hasn't been really working because I've just been feeling a lot better in so many respects. But on the 21st, you can ask Andre, I was like, my fucking heart hurts. I don't know what the hell's going on, but I was like, my heart flipping hurts. I had to lay down. My heart hurt so bad for hours. So bad. And then I heard that reading today. She was like, yeah, on the 21st, they were trying to get you to have they didn't think you'd be alive right now. They're trying to get you to have a heart attack on the 21st. I was like, that's funny. I thought my heart was fucking, it hurt. I just felt like I was being stabbed in the heart. Yeah, my mom had a whole army full of kids to do her bidding for. I call her Queen of Darkness. That's my mom. I know. Well, once you've been through it, you got to be able to laugh at it. I'm not gonna cry about it the rest of my life. I've shed enough tears for that woman. And they're all still stalking me and like trolling my channels and shit. It's whatever. I'm pretty sure they're gonna go to jail. Um, that was another thing I keep hearing. The investigations, I guess, are being wrapped up. People are going to jail. And if anybody's investigating my family, they're all going to jail. For shizzle dizzle. Especially my mom. I'm witness to her being involved in my dad's murder. Like, that shit's totally illegal, isn't it? I'm right there with you, Masa. I'm homeless now, lost everything because of my family. Yep. They had help, but it was a huge conspiracy against me. Everybody was involved. Everybody. I can't really tell you. I mean, it would be easier for me to try to pick out people that weren't involved than to tell you who is involved. The police are involved. It was a police officer that actually shot my dad. And the police stalked me and arrest me. That's the police thing. They are employed by whatever conglomerate is against us, the reptilian agenda. It really amazes me that there's so many people that can be so easily bought. It just really blows my mind. Like you can't make me do anything for, I mean, seriously, like that's why I'm broke though. That's why I don't have a job. Because I don't do bullshit for money. It doesn't make sense to me. You don't need money that bad. I'd rather be homeless than doing some bullshit for money. If it's immoral, you can't do it. See, that's my thing. Like, if it's immoral, I'm not allowed to do it. I'm not allowed to. God's like, be homeless, be hungry. God's like, be hungry, bitch. Deal with it. You're not allowed to fucking be immoral or unethical. You're not allowed to. And I get it. I get the fucking picture. And so I go hungry and I go homeless and I go without my fucking kids. And that's where I'm sitting. You know what's great though, Masa, about the predicament that you and I find ourselves in because of our inability to be immoral, is we're exactly the people who are inheriting the earth. The meek shall inherit the earth. So at least when well, judge you and I both know judgment day's already been upon us, but we know what the outcome is. We win. We're the meek. We're the ones with nothing. There's no way you can say we have something. We don't. It all got taken from us. So there's when it comes down to it, there's not going to be any question of who inherits the earth. It's me. I inherit it. I'm the meek. I'm the one that didn't hurt anybody to gain stature, status. That's me. That's Masa. We're going to be right at the front of the line. Hi, God. I'm the meek. Give it to me. So, we're not sitting around in our homes, our nice homes with our whatever, wondering if we're going to be going to hell in the end because of what we did to get those things. That's not us. We're not sitting in those homes with all those things. We don't have anything. We don't have to sit and wonder if this is what's going to make us go to hell or not. There's nothing. Like literally, light as a feather. There is nothing holding me back from heaven. Yep, I know. It's like, and it blows my mind too, is how people at these times could be so flipping greedy and stingy and not wanting to help people that don't have anything. It's like seriously, we're in the fucking apocalypse and you're gonna be stingy now. You don't want to help people. You want to you want to kick people while they're down. Bad timing. Like you don't really have much time to redeem yourself at this point. And not only that, but your money is not going with you. Your money's not going with you to prison, and your money's not going with you to hell either. So I'm not sure why y'all are fucking grabbing onto money right now. It seems dumb. The meek are inheriting the earth. If I had money right now, I would be tossing that shit. Where's the homeless people? Where's the hungry people? Let me help somebody real quick. Jesus. Sorry, I shouldn't have been hoarding all this. It's the end of the fucking world, people. It's the apocalypse. Get rid of your fucking money. Save your soul. Jesus. It's just insane to me, but okay. I mean, I have always been a lot smarter than most. I'll say that. It still holds true. It still holds true. You still see people everywhere just worried about them fucking selves and their money. It's unbelievable. And then pretending like they love God and pretending like they love their families. It's all a ruse. They don't give a shit about God or their families or their friends. Watch what happens when you fall. See where your friends and family are. They're only there because you have money. Just being honest. Give all your money away. See how many of your friends and family are there still. Then you're going to be able to count them on one hand. That'll narrow it right down. You want to see who's in your corner? Get rid of your money. See what happens. See who's still in your corner. That's how you do it. Make yourself meek so you can inherit the earth with me and Masa. Masa and I, sorry. Better be meek. The meek shall inherit the earth, not the pompous. The pompous aren't inheriting the earth. It doesn't say that anywhere. I haven't seen that anywhere. The narcissistic. Never mind. The narcissistic pompous are not inheriting the earth. That's not written anywhere. It's Masa and I. And Luke's inheriting the earth too. And Andre. And Mermaid and Sarah and Dave and Tanoa. I'm not gonna forget about those guys. We're inheriting the earth. And yeah, and all those money piles y'all are hoarding, they're still gonna be there after you go to prison and after you go to hell. For Masa and I to enjoy. We're gonna enjoy those big palaces on the ocean. Yeah, if I were you, I would be dumping loads of money on the homeless, on getting people out of prison, on justice, on the hungry. Let's not forget about the children. Maybe you should give some of your money to the fucking children, the orphans. Or hey, maybe to fight sex trafficking. I can think of lots of places that all that money could actually really help right now. And you could make yourself meek like that. And you could be a part of the ones inheriting the earth. That money makes your heart heavy. What you have to do for money, I guarantee you, made your heart heavy. That's what it does. Believe me, everything I did for money made my heart heavy. Everything. That's why I find myself in the position I'm in. There has been nothing, no money that's ever been offered to me that I could get to morally and ethically. None. I didn't see any money anywhere that was could be gotten morally and ethically. So all those people sitting on all those stacks of cash that thinks that you got it morally and ethically, I call bullshit. I call bullshit. Because I've tried every avenue. I call bullshit. I tried every avenue. I call bullshit. Am I wrong? I could be wrong. I'm not always right. I'm right most of the time, though. I've been seeing a lot of lighthouses too. And what it's telling me is that us, family, the 144, and whoever else plans to join us, we're protected. We're in a very dangerous position right now, but we're completely protected. And we are meant to be leading the people out of danger, those that are willing to follow our lead. God's not protecting those hoarding money right now. He's very disappointed in the actions of a lot of people right now. Actually, God's kind of pissed off right now. He's really irritated with money. I get it. Money's always irritated the piss out of me too. Honestly, I get it. He's pissed. He's mad. The things people will do for money is absolutely absurd. Absurd. God says, and people look at you like you're immoral because you stripped for fucking money. He's like, it's just absurd. It's absurd to think that a stripper is immoral in what they do for money. It's absurd. What you people do for money, and you look at a person like they're hurting anybody. It's absurd. You people are absurd. God, he's like, he's on something. Here's the thing God wants me to make very clear. If what you do for money hurts people, you're in big trouble. Yep, trouble. You're not allowed to hurt people for money. If you are, or you have, God says to repent immediately. Immediately. You're not allowed to hurt people for money. Whoever told you that was okay, I don't know whoever told you that's okay. You're not allowed to hurt people for money. Okay? Any money that you have gotten that has hurt people, you need to give up immediately. You need to give it to the homeless. You need to get homeless shelter. You need to feed the hungry. You need to figure out what you're going to do about this fucking sex trafficking issue. Okay, a little of your money could go there. injustice. We need to get fucking justice. These people need to come out of prisons. People, oh my God. That's where your money needs to be going. If you got your money immorally, you better fucking pick a spot to put it. It's the apocalypse. You're going to hell with your money. Actually, I get your money while you go to hell. They think they're living their best lives. Here's the thing. All of this is a test. Masa, it's been a test. You passed, I passed. Yeah, it seems like we're sitting in a position where our lives suck. Hey, and maybe they do. I don't know. I'm not one to judge. But listen, they might think their lives are great too, because they do. They have all the money. But they were being tested too. And they failed. They failed fucking miserably. They're sitting with all of this money while people are hurting. You know what the result of that is. God gave them a chance. And he gave them all kinds of pretty shiny things to tempt them, to see if they were fucking, if they had any balls or not. God is really big on balls. He likes women with big balls and he likes men with big balls. And people who need lots of money to flip and survive have no balls, is what it amounts to. They can't bear to think about shitting on a toilet that's not made of gold, you know, or having a bathroom floor that's not heated, you know. So they decided that raping children for money was worth having a heated bathroom floor. God's not impressed. And if they don't figure out how to make their money work for starting to undo their wrongs. Nice. They don't like me talking about this shit. That means I'm onto something. If they don't start taking the money that they got immorally and unethically and trying to right those wrongs with their money, it's not very long. They're all going to be burning in hell. They're all actually going to go to prison first. But yeah, they've just been being tested. And any any balls at all, people. Any balls. Go get yourself a fucking soccer ball at least. But they're being tested right now. They're getting all these luxuries, and it's literally God literally wants them to see how fucking stupid they are when they see the torture that they are going to be going through from all of these things that they thought was just, they're not even happy people. They just have gold toilets. They're still depressed. They still can't sleep because their conscience won't let them. Their conscience won't let them. They might have a nice cushy bed, but they got night sweats all night. They're addicted to fucking pharmaceuticals, to alcohol, to street drugs. They're all addicted. And take it from somebody who knows. That's a fucking shitty life. Like really shitty. They're going through withdrawals constantly and going through all that weird stuff. So they got lots of money to buy these drugs, but these drugs are fucking making them miserable because you can't even like sleep through the night. Um, so yeah, they have all of this money and all of these things that they bought with money, but they're fucking miserable. And then to top it all off, they're about to see, they're about to be publicly humiliated, is what I'm hearing. And they're they're basically gonna be feeling like fucking idiots because everything that they traded their soul for wasn't even enjoyable. It wasn't even a good life, which I knew it wouldn't be. You know how many times when I used to dance, I used to get lots of offers to marry men that had just millions of dollars. And I just thought, what a miserable existence that would be. Like, never, not for 1 second did I think, oh, maybe, no, no, I am not fucking for sale. Are you kidding me? There's no way I would ever sell myself. Even just, like, I mean, that wouldn't even be selling your soul, I don't think. But it kind of is selling your soul, isn't it? To marry for money? Probably is selling your soul. I'm not sure. I've never gotten close to selling my soul, so I don't even know. I don't even know what it is. Do you sign a paper? I mean, I don't know. But I think anytime that you do something that doesn't make you happy just because there's money involved, you're selling at least a piece of your soul. You know, I don't know how many pieces of your soul you have to sell before you don't have a soul left. But I know my mom sold all of her soul. I can tell by looking in her eyes. She has nothing left. And she used to have one when I was a baby. I remember. She loved back then. So she lost her soul slowly over time. I have anecdotal evidence. But I always thought when I was in grad school, I always thought the anecdotal evidence was the best evidence they had. And they always called that like the worst evidence. But to me, it's the best evidence. Anecdotal evidence is one person's story, for anybody who doesn't know. It's one person's story, but it's their story. And it's like their complete story. And yeah, okay, you don't have 100 exact complete stories, but just one complete true story to me is is much more valuable than 100 fake scenarios, like um, scientific studies are. They're fake scenarios because they're trying to control everything. Well, that's not real life. Real life isn't controlled. Anecdotal evidence is real life. So I've always like literally like that's my scientific evidence that I go by. Or things that I've seen, just one story. And I like to compare it to if I can. But even just one story of me seeing somebody lose their soul incrementally is all I need to know about anybody losing their soul and how that happens. It's little by little. It's with each bad decision you make. And what God's telling me is it's every good decision that you make that you get your soul back. Your good deeds. Your good deeds is like a soul recovery system, is what God just said. That's how you recover your soul, is through your good deeds. I didn't know that until just now, but it makes sense because I've done a lot of good deeds in my life, and I've never really had too much of an issue of having to recover my soul. I mean, healing. Well, not healing, but you know what I mean. My soul is intact. You can look in my eyes and you can see light. So, for anybody who's worried about their soul at this time, God is saying it's good deeds. It's your good deeds that will. My hands are cold. Use the candle to warm up. It's your good deeds that are going to get you your soul back. In case you were interested, for anybody who's missing some of their soul, that's how you do it. One good deed at a time. It's a conscious restructuring of your soul. You're changing directions. You're facing God when you start doing good deeds. And I've been saying this since the beginning too. All you have to do is face God to avoid hell. And you can look at it different ways. This whole hell scenario is, I've been seeing too, it's like a splitting of timelines. One timeline is going to remain in this hell that we are experiencing right now. And then another timeline is going to be going on to heaven. It's a split. So I would imagine if you're on the hell timeline, doing good deeds can bump your vibration up to a point where you're on the heaven timeline instead of the hell timeline. And then you get to skip the apocalypse altogether. Or at least the aftermath of it. We definitely won't be here for the aftermath of that apocalypse. It's so good to see you, Masa, and you too, Luke. I've been missing my friends over here. And on Facebook even. They've blocked all my friends on Facebook too. It's like fucking crickets everywhere I go. I'm getting better at communicating psychically though, thank God, because I'm able to do that instead since they don't want me to have any friends or family at all. None at all. Like it's not bad enough that the ones I did have like totally betrayed me. They're like they cut me off from everybody. Thanks, Masa. I've been hesitant about coming on because I've got like crazy people stalking me. I've got um people that were involved in my dad's murder stalking me on Facebook now, which is weird. Like what? Okay, like um people that I didn't know were involved in my dad's murder that are stalking me on Facebook now. It's like, what do you have to do with it? I don't understand. Like weird. Who else? It's just so fucking crazy. Um, they want me to think that nobody is hearing the things that I have to say, and nobody's like, what do they have me with two people in the room right now? It's fucking bullshit. It's bullshit. I know for a fact there's more than two people in the room right now. And I'm not going to tell you how I know, but I do know this for a fact. but I've been hesitant about coming on because I am a truth teller and that's all I know how to do is tell the truth. And I really don't want to give up any more personal information about myself than I already have because the fact that these murderers are flipping stalking me. Murders that haven't been like they're not in jail. For one, they should be in jail, but they're not. And they feel bold enough and free enough to stalk me, harass me, even troll my social media. Like, it's insane. To me, it's insane. I wouldn't think of I wouldn't think of looping back to a murder scene. I wouldn't even think of it. I would stay so far away from that. But the thing about murders is they like to talk about what they've done. It's like they have a guilty conscience or something, and so they have to tell somebody. So there's people, there's witnesses to what's happened. And then to top it all off, they know I'm talking about it. So they're flipping all over my shit. Yeah. There's another thing too. Yeah. As many people are aware, the better. Because something happens to me, you know who it is. It's the guy that shot my dad, or it's one of my family that have been trying to steal my money, and yeah, it's probably better that everybody knows about that. Like, honestly, I want everything. I want everything out on the table. I just don't want anything that I don't want them to somehow murder me. So I don't want to reveal any information that would put my life in more danger than it already is. Because I do know they're looking for me. There's certain parts of the reptilian agenda. The reptilian agenda, they know where I'm at. They have a tracker in me. I have a fucking tag right in me. But the humans that have sold their souls, they don't know where I am, and they're looking for me because they want me dead. Um, because I am a firsthand witness to them being murderers. So there's people that want me dead because of me being a witness. There's also people that want me either dead, put in a mental institution, or in prison because they still have their paws on some money that I haven't made privy to. So there's that part of my family who just wants me dead in a mental institution or in prison. So any of those three would be fine for certain of my family members, which makes me know that they're in it for the money. But there's other people that want me just dead. That has nothing to do with money. It has to do with me being a witness in murder trial. And then you've got the majority of people who are just plain indifferent. They don't care that my dad was murdered. They don't care that people are trying to kill me. They don't care that I am unable to work and need help, need support. But just basic indifference. That's the majority. That just don't give a shit that people have basically ruined my life And it's just none of their concern, none of their business, I guess. Yeah. You know, thanks for saying that, Masa. It's so funny because it's like I know that there's more people with our stories, but it's somehow when I launched off into Facebook, and I don't know, it's probably just the agenda that's making me feel this way. Is it's like I've been made to feel like it's just me. I know they are the worst because it's like, okay, so you're not postulating yourself as an enemy, yet you basically are because you know everything that's going on, and you literally look at me like I'm fucking stupid. But you know what's going on. Everybody knows what's going on, and they're looking at me like I'm fucking stupid. Like, why? It just blows my mind how people are supporting murders. It blows my mind. And especially during these apocalyptic times, like your soul is seriously at stake here. Getting into heaven is probably easier than you might think, but the threat of hell is legit. It's fucking serious. It's there and it will happen. It's a promise. It's a promise God has made. Getting into heaven is easy, but you have to do it. Yeah, cowards with no balls. They don't want to face up to what they've done. You know what's so funny though is it's like the worst part, in my opinion, of sinning or doing wrong, whatever you want to call it. The worst part about it is your guilty conscience. That literally, for me, has always been the hell of when I did something wrong, was my guilty conscience. I could not handle it. I could not handle the guilt. The minute I was like, I took accountability and I was like, I fucked up. God, I fucked up, or whoever around me, I fucked up. I'm sorry. Everything was fine. It's like the minute you take accountability is when it all just disappears. It's like you pay your karma up until the point you take accountability. It's like as soon as you're like, okay, I did it, I'm sorry, it just goes away. It just does. You just have to be willing to take accountability for your fuck ups. And it's your guilty conscience that you have up until the moment you take accountability that is literally the bad karma. You will pay until you take accountability. You will pay that bad karma for your evil deeds. And trust me, we've all done them. No one is exempt. Everybody's done something that they were not proud of and that they felt guilty about. The only difference between me and people who are going to hell is I had the balls to take accountability for the things I did wrong. I admitted to it. Yeah, I did it. I'm sorry. I'm not going to do that again. And mean it. And it's over. It's literally over. You pass at that point. You pass your test. Because it's at that moment that you face God instead of hell, instead of doom and gloom, instead of the void of nothingness. The moment you take accountability. You face God and you become magnetized to God. And you can't get lost. You can't end up on the doom and gloom trajectory. You won't end up in hell. You can be trusted when you've taken accountability for the things you've done wrong. It is at that point that God trusts you again. And you are allowed to proceed with Him. But if you don't take accountability, God literally doesn't even care about you. He doesn't. He's not going to come and try to find you. Like, that's shit stupid humans do. God doesn't do that. God never did that for me. If I was on the wrong path, He was like, see ya, bitch. Don't know where you're going. Don't get lost. And that was that. I have to come and knock on the door to find God again. He doesn't follow me around and beg me to come home. He doesn't. Not at all. He'll let me climb into any fucking hole I want to climb into. And then I have to climb my way back out again. That's why you won't see me crawling into too many holes twice. Did you guys know that Lucifer is going to heaven? All the demons are going to heaven. Yeah. They've all taken accountability. They're going to heaven. With no soul. You're right, Masa. It's our souls that kick our ass. That's why we get our asses handed to us so much. And I figured this out before. It's literally my higher self won't let me fuck up. Our souls are more highly developed than others. We're just older. We've been through more stuff. We've learned more lessons. We're more hardened. We're forged. A lot of people are not that. A lot of humans are in the infant stages of soul development. And they they're just getting started. So basically it comes down to this, like everybody just needs to take accountability for their actions. And it doesn't really matter how terrible your actions were, because many of us are of at very early stages of development. And we're not really expected to not fuck up majorly. So, in the cases of people that didn't seem to have much of a conscience to begin with, that really made a lot of mistakes, it's okay. It's totally okay. Your soul's in early development, and it's normal. It's still very important, though, that you take accountability for your actions. That is the key here, is taking accountability for the things you've done. Hi. Regardless of what it was, just say, I'm sorry I realized that was wrong, and I won't do that again. And it's all good. It's all good in the hood. Because not everybody was born with highly developed souls like Masa and I. We were held to a much, much higher standard. And it's only because our souls are just much more developed, much older. We're like millions of years old, Masa. Really old. Humans are thousands of years old. Big difference. It's a huge difference, actually. And there's nothing wrong with it. You got to start somewhere. You know, humans are like our children are to us, Masa. They just don't know any better. Which is basically why we've had to come to Earth to save them from these damn reptiles. So that they didn't end up living who knows how long in slave camps. So people, souls who are millions of years old, have come to help the humans that are thousands of years old to escape this hell illusion that the reptiles have created for the humans. And this hell, this doom and gloom program, makes humans do really fucking stupid shit. Like, really stupid shit. Stuff that Masa and I have a real hard time wrapping our minds around because our conscience is so highly developed that we literally couldn't survive doing one of the things that some people have just done throughout their lifetimes. We couldn't survive it. The guilt. We would never survive it. But humans don't have that like we do. They don't have that um inherently built in yet. They have the ability, but it's just early on in their development, which is why we came here to help. Because they never would have been able to escape the reptiles without us, because they just fall right into the trap of basically acting like reptiles, narcissists. But as you know, children act out, and you can't hold it against them. There's a certain time period, a certain developmental time period that it's leeway that we give beings to develop into who they are, into their unique um, soul patterns. It takes a lot of sinning to figure out what it is you don't want. As us in the 144 know, it's not about choosing what you want, it's about choosing what you don't want. Life is a series of mistakes of you figuring out exactly what you don't want. And they're just early on in that development. So they're making bigger mistakes due to their lack of soul development, which translates to a lack of a conscience. So anyways, it makes it a little harder for people with this really attuned conscience to understand their actions. But it does not make it difficult for God to understand. This is part of their soul development. And he really only cares that they take accountability for their actions. That's all he's asking for. God is so merciful. He is so merciful. It's unbelievable. And I honestly, there was a time where I mistook myself for being more merciful than God, but it is not true. He is so amazingly merciful. He only asks that people take accountability for their actions. And honestly, the only thing that you have to do to take accountability for your actions is never do that again and tell God you're sorry. That's it. And then you go on living your life trying to never do that again, trying your damnedest to not make that same mistake over. Yeah, that's the only reason we're here anyway, is for our soul development. Can you imagine going your whole life without making any mistakes? I mean, really, what would you learn? What would you get out of life if you were perfect? Like there wouldn't be any reason to even be here. It's those imperfections that help you to develop into the unique soul that you are meant to become. It's what shows you, it's what teaches you discernment. It's what teaches you what you don't want. And by choosing what you don't want in life, that's how you choose heaven. It's a real roundabout way of getting there, but I found manifesting is not about thinking about what you want. It's about avoiding what you don't want so that God can put what will make you happy in front of you. You don't know what's going to make you happy. You don't. I learned this is another lesson I learned early on. Early on. Things that I think will make me happy don't. I learned early on to just pray to please just, I just want to be happy because I could manifest anything I wanted. I could. I could get anything I wanted. The problem was wanting what I got when I got it. It was never what I expected. It never made me happy the way I thought it was going to. And so I really got to a point where it was just like, just give me something that'll make me happy. Like, I'm not going to pretend to know what is going to make me happy. I obviously have no fucking clue. I surrendered that shit to God when I was a teenager still. Yeah. I mean, how could you really speak on anything if you were perfect? That was something I learned after I found out I was chosen. After I found out I was chosen, I ended up getting a felony. And I was just like, shit. I was like, God, I'm such a fuck up. I'm so sorry. I'm such a fuck up. Like, what did I do? What did I do? And he just kept on saying, Beth, I don't want you perfect. I just don't want you perfect. He wanted me to fuck up. He wanted me in that position. And I kind of see why now. Because all of the injustices I've been fighting from that position that I was put in. Even Jesus wasn't perfect. And I'll tell you of one instance I know was when he was on the cross and he says, God, why hast thou forsaken me? That is not that's not perfect. To question God and what his plans are is not perfect. So even Jesus wasn't perfect. He still at the end was just like, what the fuck? He started complaining. You can't blame him. But still, he wasn't perfect. He was human. As a matter of fact, God said that the more God you have in you, the harder it is to be perfect in the 3D realm because of the fact that it's so uncomfortable and you end up becoming a raging fucking addict. And when you are a raging addict, you do stupid shit. That's what it amounts to. It's usually not like killing people and stuff, but you you're not the person you want to be, I guess is the best way to put it. I there's no way that I would be able to convince people to go to God if I was perfect. You know what I mean? But like I'm not. I'm not anywhere near perfect. In in any of the ways I feel like I've managed to escape sin more than others, I feel like was only because that's what I came here to do. Like that's was the tools I was given to come to earth with so that I could help save the earth. Like it's not because I'm any better than anyone else or have any less sin. It's because I was given a very attuned conscience so that I couldn't sin as much as everybody else. Like I wasn't allowed to sin as much as everybody else. If I could have, I probably would have, honestly, but I wasn't allowed to. My conscience was too thick. So if you didn't have that thick of a conscience, it's not on you. That's not on you. That doesn't make you any lesser of a person than me. It just means that you were given different tools. You were meant to fall harder than me. You're just at a different stage of development, of soul development. But by no means could I come here and just not fuck up at all and then be like, hey, it's okay. Like, God's all good. Just come with me and have people believe me because they'd be like, you're fucking goody two shoes. Like, of course you're going to heaven. They wouldn't trust that. Everybody can go to heaven. You just have to face that direction. But everybody who knows me knows that I'm far from perfect. I'm far from it. So it makes me honestly pretty believable when I tell you you don't have to be perfect to turn to God or to go to heaven. That's not what it's about. We were supposed to fuck up. That's what we came here to do. But you're also supposed to take accountability. That's how you learn the lessons that you came here to learn. Otherwise, you fail. You don't learn the lessons that you came here to learn, and you have to stay even longer. And it gets worse. until you can learn the lessons that you're supposed to learn. That's why I suggest taking accountability and just getting it over with. Because you're already paying the consequences of those actions. And those consequences will stop when you take accountability. When you just admit to it, like, yeah, I fucking lied, okay? Or, yeah, I stole that, okay? Or, yeah, I killed that dude, okay? Shit, I'm sorry. I won't do that again. Like, cringe, cringe. Don't ever want to do that again. And the minute you take accountability and admit it to God, it just tells him that you're ready to not do that again. You've learned your lesson and you can move on to the next step of your soul development instead of having to be set back to try again. And it gets pretty serious, is what I'm hearing. It just gets pretty serious if you have to keep on getting set back. Because every time the lesson gets a little bit more intense because you didn't learn it the first time. So God's not going to give you another test exactly the same or of lesser intensity to try to teach you something that you failed the first time. It's going to be more intense, way more intense, in hopes that you learn your lessons the next time. So it doesn't have to become more intense. So the moral of the story is turn around every now and then. Yeah, the moral is turn around, take accountability for your actions, and everything's good. Everything's good in the hood at that point. Oh yeah, I was gonna do another I Ching reading. I'll probably do that tomorrow. And see what's going on in I Ching world. The last one I did was so good. It was so good. What was that? That's facts. Everybody's about to go to jail. So I keep hearing. I don't think it could be a moment too soon. I'm really disheartened to hear that my friend Dave Thompson is still being held hostage in an extended care facility. Like, what? Um, yeah, I believe they're using biological weapons on my friend Tanawa Downing because they're trying to stop him from getting justice through the courts. Just all he really wants is to have our constitutional rights upheld, which is normal. I mean, that's a normal thing. But yeah, they're really messing with him. Messing with his Facebook page. I don't know. I just feel something funky going on there. He just got sick, which is messed up. And then I don't know, something's going on right now. I can't put my finger on it. I know they're messing with all of us, but something, I don't know. I probably have to pull some cards to figure it out. Yeah. Well, in the United States, it's definitely discriminatory, but they mostly discriminate based on social status, not on color, not on race. Um, Race tends to be involved only because certain races tend to be more financially disadvantaged due to just the way shit's set up. But in general, what I found being white in America is that I'm discriminated against for being poor. I'm discriminated against for being a woman. Like men in general discriminate against women in general. um, I get discriminated against by minority communities for being white. When it comes to like any kind of, I don't know, I'm not even gonna get into that. I'm not. Okay, never mind. But trust me, it's more of a problem of being discriminated against for not having money. When you have money, you can buy your way out of shit. You can throw money at it and it goes away. And my mom taught me this a long time ago. Anytime she has a problem, she throws money at it and it goes away. So regardless of your color, your race, if you don't have money to throw at problems, you're going to get discriminated against. That's the United States. And I'm assuming it's that way everywhere because money is just, it's the root of all evil. You want to figure out exactly what's going on in any situation. You figure out where the money is, how the money's flowing, and you can figure anything out. Yeah, that's going away. I totally uncovered a whole bunch of stuff with the Catholic Church because that's how I was raised, was Catholic. And they did some messed up stuff to me. Like that religion twisted my brain right up. And then I uncovered all that crazy stuff about the Pope. But most of that stuff's going away. It's like it's a problem of the past. I don't even know how to explain it. Like I get we're still sitting in it, but it's just not a problem. It's just not. And the main thing is we can't focus on it anymore. We can't because that's what creates it. That's what's creating it is the fear of it. We can't fear it. Fearing it is what makes it exist. Which is why I think coming out with all the truths, not fearing it, speaking the truth, getting it out there on the table, and fucking then you can move on. It's done. God calls it tagged and bagged, you know. I call it here's the information for any investigators that might be looking into this. But as far as I know, the only investigator that I know for sure about is God. He's investigating this shit. He's made it very clear to me. He's got it all under wraps. But I think there's more. Um, I mean, I've already noticed the cops following me. Like they've got to be investigating something. They're not trying to arrest me. They're not even trying to have, like, there's different people that follow me, but there's a certain group of people following me that don't want me to see them following me. They're not trying to intimidate me. They're trying to stay out of my way. So I'm assuming that they are some kind of legal investigators that are working on my case. Well, that are working on my case and also trying to make sure that I don't get murdered because they see how dangerous the situation is. Because honestly, you can pretty much look at anybody in my life and see that they would benefit from my death. Pretty much everyone would benefit from my death that I know. So there's that. I'm pretty sure they've got me under some kind of protective custody or whatever you call it. I don't know, but I just feel like it has something to do with that because they are on my ass, making sure that I am protected. But they must be investigating something too, I would imagine. Yeah. Yeah, it's the fear that prevents the justice. And it's so funny how like simple it is, how it works. It completely blinds you to such simple things. I've known my whole life about my dad's murder, but somehow the fear of, well, first of all, I knew my mom was involved and I didn't want her in trouble. Is that not insane? As a small child, I did not want to lose my mother too. I didn't think it was a good idea I just lost my dad. I didn't think it was a good idea to lose my mom too. So I didn't tell anybody. And then it got to the point where it was like, it's almost like I forgot that I knew. I almost forgot. I didn't quite forget, but I almost forgot that I actually did know what happened. And it became where I felt like I had an inkling, like I felt like it was my intuition telling me what happened. But no, like that was a direct memory that I was blocking out of fear of losing my mom too. Because even though my mom was involved with my dad's murder, she still was the best friend I had. Even though she didn't even take care of me, I still loved her. And I did not want anything bad to happen to her. Period. So I protected her all those years, didn't tell anybody that I was there when the cops came to tell her that he was dead. No, I don't trust the cops at all. I've talked about that on this channel before. I think I've run into, two or three good cops my whole life. And I've had a lot of bad experiences with cops, like fucking terrible ones. They've targeted me. They killed my dog. They've sexually flipping assaulted me. Yeah, it's not good. Cops are not good. Not good. They I don't want to say that they scare me because I'm not scared of anything really, but I will avoid cops like the fucking plague. I don't call the police to help me. I don't even like to be in a car because cops tend to pull cars over. I don't like to be in public because cops end up in fucking public places. I hate cops. I have never, I take that back. I've only had two good experiences with cops. Two. I'm gonna say three because there's probably one I'm not remembering, but it's it's possible there's only two good experiences I've had with cops. And one of them was an actual good experience, and the other one was just a cop that didn't fuck with me. Like literally, I just have a memory of a cop that didn't fuck with me, and I'm calling that a good cop experience. That was actually the day I realized that if I smiled, because I was so traumatized by police, that when I had an experience, when an interaction with them, I was just like, I must have just been a fucking complete bitch. Because I was just like, this one day I was in such a good mood. I just found out I got into PT school, and I was so happy I couldn't help it. And I got pulled over, and I was just like to the cop, I was like, "Hi," I was like, "Was I speeding?" And he just, I was just had the biggest smile on my face, and he just smiled right back at me. He's like, "Yeah," and he let me go and stuff. But like, I realized that day that my attitude had a lot to do with my problems with fucking cops. Just like, oh, so if I just start the conversation with a big smile and hi, I'll have a better outcome. So that's how I do that now. I used to be like, what do you want, fucking cop? And I didn't say it like that, but that must have been the look on my face because, yeah, that one day I smiled, and maybe it was just that cop. Ever since then, I just, same with CPS and everybody else, I just changed it. I flipped the script one day, and I was like, I'm just going to treat them like they're my best friend. Even though I don't have a good feeling about the situation that I'm in, even though I've had 99.9% of my experiences with people like this have been bad, I am not going to assume this is going to be bad. And I am just going to be like, hi, what can I do for you? And it has literally changed my experiences with all those people like overnight. Um, I haven't had a problem with the cops since. Um, and honestly, haven't had a problem with CPS. Never had a problem with them anyway, but it just has gotten to the point where it's like they don't even make my heart race. It's just like, oh hey, just like seeing the mailman. And it's changed my interactions with them. It's changed how they treat me for sure. They treat me so much different since I started treating them different. Surprise! I'm surprised, but it's just like it used to be like I see a cop or a CPS or whoever, and I'd be like, "What do you want?" And they're like, "I want to fuck your life up," and I'm like, "Yeah, I know." Didn't those didn't go that well, so it just turned into like, "Hi, how's it going? Can I do something for you?" And they're usually like, "Oh, like." You're not a monster. And I'm like, yeah, I know. Who told you that? Who told you that? So I do know that some of the bad experiences I have had with police were actually probably my fault. Because I was expecting the worst. I was expecting the worst, so I got the worst. It's amazing what happens when you just change your perspective, right? Change your, what is that? Change your apartment, change your world. Change your perspective, change your world. It just changes instantly. That's how you know it's not about what's happening in the future. It's about the present. It's about the present. 'Cause it's how you look at things right this exact very moment. And that's how your life is at this exact very moment. Well, I've got a police officer that I want put in jail. The one that shot my father, and then the one that was with him. I want them both in jail. I want my mother in jail for stealing my grandpa's gun and giving it to the cops to shoot my dad with. Yeah, I guess I haven't really made it my life mission because I wouldn't know who to go to. When I can't trust the cops. The cops are the ones that did it. Um, you can't trust anybody. It's like I'm not going to call the FBI. I don't know. I know that some people in the FBI are good, probably, and I know that some of them are bad for sure. And so I'm not calling them. I'm not going to call them and be like, look into this murder, because you know what's going to happen? I'm going to end up fucking dead. Because, yeah, I'm protected, but I'm pretty sure a fucking gun to my head would do some mortal damage. I'm almost positive of it. So I'm trying to stay out of the way of bullets to my brain. So, yes, do I want justice to be had when it comes to my dad's murder? Yes. Do I want those cops in jail and my mother? Yes. And Dow, for that matter, do I want them to having to take responsibility for the death of my father? Yes. But who do I call? There's no one to call that would not put my life in serious danger. uh, just me being alive and making videos is a threat to their freedom. But I'm not worried about that. God told me I don't need to worry about that at all. I'm protected. But do I want to invite any kind of investigators into my world? Oh, hell no. No, 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 no. I don't trust them. I don't trust anybody. Nobody. I'm sure there's trustworthy people out there, but am I willing to put my life on the line to see? No, I'm fine by myself. And I'll just put the truth on video, and then God can hear it firsthand, and any investigator that's looking can hear my testimony before it even ends up in a court. It's already, my testimony's already been recorded. I absolutely want everybody going to jail that was involved in my dad's murder and then making him look like a fucking suicide for 40 years, 45 years. That's not going to go down anymore. My dad's sick of that. He's actually really pissed off about that too. Yeah, I'm at this point. Everything's unfair. Everything's unjust. All the judges, 99.9% of the lawyers are fucking corrupt. 90% of the cops, maybe only 50% of the cops are corrupt. I don't know. But I'm just saying there's a majority of corruption going on. For sure. It's the majority are corrupt. So the only thing we can do as the innocent, the uncorruptible, is to highlight it, put it out there, speak the truth. Um, for instance, say you're going to court for something. You know that your lawyer is corrupt. You know that the prosecuting attorney is corrupt. You know that the judges are corrupt. But you go there anyway and you state your case. Don't let a lawyer defend you. Defend yourself and state your case. Get all of your facts out there. Get your truth out there so that when the real police and the real judges, the real investigators come in, all that information is right there for them. Because all of those fucking people are going to jail. They're all going to jail. And yeah, it seems like we're kind of like fucked and sitting ducks because we don't have anybody in the courts that fucking give a fuck about us, or in our families or in our friend groups or wherever. We don't have anybody that gives a fuck about us. So it seems like our justice is slacking. But it's just a matter of time. All the truths are being spoken, everything's being laid out. All of us have lost our fear. We've all climbed out of this doom and gloom program to where we are able to speak finally about what actually happened to us our whole lives. And we're getting it out on the table. And that justice will come. It's not going to come from the judges and the lawyers that are currently in those positions. They're fucking it up. They're all going to hell. They're all going to jail, actually. And then they're going to hell. But that's not going to happen from the fucking people that are sitting there now. That's going to happen from the clean sweep that's God's talking about. The new investigators, the new police, the new judges. No, you don't need a lawyer because all those lawyers are fucking corrupt. I have two good friends now that are, what do they call themselves? Litigators. They won't call themselves lawyers because lawyers basically, how did they put this? They basically promise themselves over to the courts. So they literally can't defend you. They work for the fucking government. They're government workers. All lawyers are. Every lawyer is a government worker. I do know one that is a good person, but there's always an exception to the rule. I'm just saying, you can't trust them. What they do, and I noticed this too. They don't state your case for you ever. As a matter of fact, they look at your case about 5 minutes before you go into court. They don't look at that shit when they're at their fucking office. They don't even go into their fucking offices, okay? They look at your case right before they see the judge. Right before. They literally don't have a clue about what's going on with you. You have all of this information, all of this proof of your innocence, of your character, of your everything. And none of that goes in front of the judge. None of it does. Your lawyer nixes it all. Your lawyer is the one that says, yeah, they give them like maybe one or two sentences about you that's supposed to fucking clear up the whole thing. And you're done. Your lawyer is what fucking does you in. If you just went in front of the judge and spoke your fucking case, you'd have a better shot. At least the judge would hear where you're coming from. When you go with a lawyer, your lawyer tells them absolutely nothing about you. Nothing. Nothing. Never. I would never go in front of, I would never use a lawyer to go in front of a judge again. Ever. Fuck lawyers. Fuck lawyers. They fuck your case so bad. And I've been seeing it lately too. I've seen two people that I know that have prepared their own cases, and they did such a good job. Okay, they still got fucked in court. They were gonna get fucked in court regardless. But the fact that they represented themselves, they were able to get their story out, and it's on court record. Although court records are doctored too, but as you know, at least in the United States, it is legal to record anything in court. You go into court with your fucking phone recording. You record the whole thing. It is legal. You can keep your phone in your pocket, and so that they don't even know you're recording, because somebody actually just recently got arrested for recording in court, which is actually completely legal. But in the United States, they're doing that. So I wouldn't suggest doing it outright, but you can put it in your fucking pocket and they'll never know. And everything's recorded. And then if you represent yourself, you can actually get your facts out. If you don't, your lawyer actually shuts you up, the judge shuts you up, and you can't say anything to defend yourself. And then they just throw a sentence on you and whatever. Forget you ever existed. Without you even being able to say what happened, without even being able to defend yourself in court. That's not how that's supposed to go. But that's what lawyers do to you. They prevent you from being able to defend yourself in court. And so then all that shit that fucking would have been your defense won't be on court record. So when an actual investigator, somebody who's actually there for justice, looks at things, they're going to see the same things that the court slammed on you. And that's it. They're just going to see what they accused you of, because you never defended yourself in court, because your lawyer shut you the fuck up, and so did the judge. They do it to everybody. They do it every time. I've been seeing it lately. I see things so fucking clearly. It's unbelievable. It's really unbelievable what they do. The judge isn't supposed to be able to do that. You know what I always say in court? I always raise my hand. Can I speak, sir? Your Honor? Your Honor, can I speak? Am I allowed to speak? And they always really, yep, go ahead. They don't like when you speak out of turn. They don't like when you interrupt or anything like that. But if you're very meek and you raise your hand and you're like, can I speak? They have to let you speak. I don't know. It seems like it's part of the process, because I've never once had them say, no, you're not allowed to speak. I've had them say, no, have your lawyer speak for you. But when you don't have a lawyer, they can't say that. You are your lawyer and you can speak in court. They have to let you speak. There's just ways of doing it. You just raise your hand and ask permission, and you ask nicely. You can't be in contempt of court. You can't be offensive, basically, but you can speak. The only reason you can ever not speak in court is because your lawyer's there. And when you have a lawyer, you literally give your rights up to your lawyer. And you say that your lawyer can speak for you. And that's not true. Your lawyer is not speaking for you. If they were, it'd be great, but they aren't. So giving your rights up to a lawyer and saying, like, yeah, that lawyer's speaking for me is ludicrous because they're not speaking for you. And when you have a lawyer, you're literally telling the courts, I don't have a voice. My lawyer's my voice. And then your lawyer doesn't even speak for you. How's that going to work? The lawyers are working for the courts to keep you quiet so that they can charge you a bunch of money, so they can put you in jail, so they can do all those fucking things without you even speaking your fucking case, without even you saying your side of the story. How many times have you been to court and your side of the story never comes out? Every time. Every time you have a lawyer, your story never comes out. I promise. That's what they're fucking there for. You think you're paying them to fucking help you with your side of the story? No, you're actually paying them and they're working for the fucking judge to shut you up. That's their job. To shut you up so that nothing goes on court record about your defense. So they can make you look like whatever kind of piece of shit they want you to look like because they're about to fuck your whole life up and they want it to look good. Yeah, that's where we're going with this. They're all getting sued. They're all getting fucking sued. So we get fucked around, kicked around, kicked around. And then what happens in the end is they all go to jail and we get all their fucking money. And probably their children too, because they won't be able to take care of their kids anymore. We'll probably have to take their kids. It's kind of funny though, because they've been trying to take our kids the whole time. We're going to end up with all their fucking kids because they're all going to be in prison. And we're good people. This is exactly what's going to happen, Masa. The tables are turning. The pendulum is swinging the other direction. The ball's already in motion. It's already started. My family's been fucking stalking the shit out of my Facebook. They're worried. They should be too. They really should be worried. I would be if I were them. They're going downtown. Thanks, Masa. I don't see any tarot cards either. I gave up tarot for Lent. They just slowed me down. I got shit to say. Like important shit. And tarot used to get that out of me. Like it was almost like tarot would ask me questions. It would tell me what to talk about, but I don't need that anymore. It slows me down. I know what needs to be discussed, and I know, yeah, I just know what needs to be discussed. I know what the energy is in the room. I know what the energy is of the world. I don't need cards for that. It slows me down. The only reason I need cards now is to do readings for other people. And I don't like doing that anyway, unless they're paying me, and then I'll get cards out. So yeah, I'll do cards if anybody has some money. Yep. I'm feeling guided to pull cards for money. I if somebody really is like really has a question that they need me to help them with, it's not beyond me to help out in that way, but there does have to be an energy exchange. I can't do it for nothing anymore. I got zapped so many times doing that. It's just not worth it. It's got to go both ways. Yeah. That's kind of like how my life has always been, though. I've always been an overgiver because I'm so empathic. I can feel people's uh emptiness, and I would always try to fill their emptiness. And it is always like filling a bucket with a hole in it. There's a hole in my bucket, dear Liza, dear Liza. There's a hole in my bucket, dear Liza. There's a hole. Well, fix it, dear Henry, dear Henry, dear Henry. Well, fix it, dear Henry, dear Henry. Fix the hole. So, us empaths know no matter how much water you pour in that bucket with a hole in it, it's always going to be empty. There's just no point. So, that's why I don't do free readings anymore. Because if you got a hole in your bucket, I'm not going to be able to fill it anyway. But if you got $20, then you can fix that hole long enough for me to throw some tarot for you, maybe. I don't know. Something like that. Because like I said, I do like to help. It's just I'm not throwing my love into a void anymore, into black holes. It's just not good for the collective. It's not good for me. It's not good for the people I do it for because they're just going through energy like fucking toilet paper anyway. It's not helping them. It actually is probably hurting them because whenever I throw my love into a black hole, it actually tends to like burn everything around them. I work as like a, I'm like a karmic wheel in a way. When people take my advantage of my love, it destroys their life. So there's another reason why I don't like indiscriminately trying to help people because I've noticed that my help, when put in the wrong places, will actually destroy, kill, maim, things like that, imprison. That's what happens to people I try to help that are holy buckets. Their lives get totally destroyed. I learned my lesson on that one. And reading tarot for free is kind of the same thing. I'd imagine. I don't really see what happens on the other end, but I know how it feels for me when I read tarot for holy buckets. It feels like ew. I feel like also I could probably help more by just giving you general advice than telling you your mother is an evil witch who's trying to kill you, because you probably already know that. Yeah, that's kind of what I used it for too. It was almost like therapy. It was just like someone to talk to, somebody who knew what I was going through. Um, that's what I loved it for too. And I actually appreciated more when people told me about what they were going through or what they had been through. That was something I was going through, because it was just like, oh, it just made me feel so much more like less weird. So I started thinking it was probably more helpful for me to just um commiserate a little bit with you guys than to rehash all the shit that, I don't know, sit more from a more empathic stance than a sympathetic stance. I'm I'm here with you. I'm going through this shit with you. I'm not feeling sorry for what you're going through. I don't even feel sorry for you. I know that it's what you signed up for. It's what I signed up for. It's why we're such badasses, you know? So, my best help, I think, is to highlight the injustices and make sure that you guys don't fall into the same traps that I have fallen into, and make sure that you see where the traps lie so you don't fall into them. Like, for one, right now, I don't even suggest going to court. If you are facing any kind of jail time, I don't suggest going to court. I suggest running. I don't think being in jail right now is a good idea. Not because anything's going to happen, but because I'm trying to get everybody out of the jails right now. I'm not trying, to get more people in there to have to get them out too. There's no reason, unless you're a pedophile, there's no reason that you belong in jail. So don't, my best advice is to not show up to a place that's trying to put you in jail. That's what I'm doing. I'm not telling you anything that I wouldn't do myself. I don't think jail is a good place for us. And I don't think that they are trying to get us justice. So, I'm trying to get all the prisoners out of jail. And I'm trying to keep them safe. We're trying to do it legally. Tanoa Downing's trying to do it legally, or is doing it legally, to get people released. My idea is to take all the pedophiles out and and open the doors to the prisons, let them out. Everybody. I want them all out except for the pedophiles. That's my idea, to do it peacefully. Um, but regardless, everybody in prison is being released. Regardless of how it happens, that's just what is happening. That's what God is promising me. His people do not belong confined like that. His people are free. And the fact that they're being confined at all is a serious issue. It's a serious issue to God. They were never meant to be confined. They are his warriors. They're meant to be glorified. There really needs to be some serious reconsideration to any kind of injustices that you're promoting at this time. And let me tell you, confining people in prisons and jails is illegal. It is against the Constitution of the United States, but it is also against God's law. So it is illegal across the entire world. It is illegal to confine people in jail. So if you are one of those people, if you are a correctional officer, who I've seen you stalking me, by the way, fucking weirdos. If you're a correctional officer, yeah, you're going against God's law. You might want to reconsider what you're doing. If you're a judge putting people in jail, you're going against God's law. You might want to reconsider what you're doing. Probation officers, parole officers, yeah, God doesn't have much use for you either. Yeah, for real. Why are you so surprised? It's not okay to inflict harm on human beings for any reason. I don't care who you are. It's illegal to intend harm on another being. Wrap that around your head. Because that's law. That's God's law. And that's what rules ultimately. God's law, not you. No. God doesn't care about judges, cops, probation, parole officers, correctional officers. Doesn't care about you guys. Is pretty disgusted with you guys. So you may want to reconsider your professions at this point. Lawyers too. You've gotten yourselves into a little bit of a pickle here in the apocalypse times. I would hate to be you right now. See, personally, I've always known that that wasn't a good profession to be in. I've always known that. I understand as humans, you may have gotten confused, but now is the time to take accountability so you don't go to hell. It's very important. Billionaires, you have a problem too. No one should have that much money. God is not impressed with you. You better hope you don't have that much money pretty soon. You're going to have to get rid of that money. God wants you to give your money to homeless. He wants the homeless sheltered. He wants the hungry fed. He wants the prisoners released. And he wants the sex trafficking issues fucking handled. That's what you do with your money right now. Anything over $100 million, you're going straight to hell. You don't need all that money. It's not a good look. It's weighing down your soul. It's making you look very ugly in God's eyes. And that is not the eyes you want to look ugly in, because God sees beauty in everything. Yeah. Hell's overbooked. We're going to have to get some more humans on the heaven train. I'm feeling that, man. So hell is feeling overbooked, isn't it? Cool. It's looking cold in here. Here's another one. Here's some more people that really need to watch their P's and Q's right now. And that's mothers who have betrayed your children. Huge no-no in God's law. You cannot create a child and betray them and expect to go to heaven. That's like okay, like imagine if God created you and then was just like, you know what, fuck you. I don't like you. Fuck you. I'm just gonna ruin you. Like, can you imagine how terrible, how like incomprehensible the doom and gloom of life would be if we knew that God was just like would just be like would betray us if he got a wild hair up his ass. Imagine. So mothers betraying their children is very frowned upon by God. So if you're finding yourself in that category, you definitely need to turn around. You need to stop attacking your children, first and foremost. Stop attacking your children. It's not okay. That is your child. You brought them into the world, and you will fucking stop attacking them. You do not have to support your children, but you do have to leave them be. Let them develop themselves if you don't want to help them to develop. What a weird thing to have to say. Fucking weird. Apparently some people don't have that natural maternal instinct. I don't want to find out what that's like. I think it's weird. But it's possible. It's happened. It's happened to a lot of people, actually. A lot of mothers have betrayed their children. It's a thing. I never knew it was a thing. I thought it was just my mom. But when I started doing tarot is when I realized that it is a fucking thing. Somehow mothers get turned out, and it's a thing. And it's always the firstborn. Well, I shouldn't say that always, but It seems to be that the firstborn is usually the one that they like to sacrifice, the one that's worth the most to sacrifice. Um, if the women have children by more than one father, then the first one, it'll be the first one by each father. Is the sacrificial lamb. That's the ones that the reptilian agenda go after. I guess I don't know. I don't know what it is about it. But that's the pattern I'm seeing. But regardless, mothers who betray their children are looked at very egregiously by God. They're some of the worst kind, he said. Some of his least favorite. Pedophiles and mothers that betray their children are his least favorite. Oh, that gave me chills. Like ugh. He really doesn't like that. I'm so glad I'm not one of them. That would be a fucking terrible, terrible thing. I can't imagine God being so disgusted by me. Like, I just can't. I'm sure it's a hole you can dig yourself out of, but I don't know. I wouldn't want to have to. It feels icky. But I'll bet you it felt icky all the way through, too. I'll bet you today's not the first day that they felt icky about their actions. They've known what they were doing was wrong. They knew the whole time. They didn't care. They cared more about money. Never cared about love. Love was never even on their radar as something that they wanted to achieve in life. To be loved by another, or even to love another. They focused on money and therefore had no problems with the immoral and unethical behavior that they displayed towards their children. There's really no excuse for what they've done, and in God's eyes, they're as good as reptiles, pedophiles, and mothers that betray their children. Reptiles. That's not good. God hates the reptiles and the pedophiles. Apparently, he hates the mothers too. He just can't believe that a mother, he loves Mother Earth so much. He just can't understand how a mother could veer so far off of what Mother Earth represented for them. She was such a good example of how to be a virtuous woman. And yet you still fucked up so royally. He's disgusted. Yeah, he's disgusted. With these mothers that insisted on ruining their fucking children's lives. Insisted on ruining your children's lives. It's fucking weird. It's fucking weird. And that was me, not God. God made women the stronger of the two sexes because women were supposed to nurture the children, create the children, and nurture them. So he made the women stronger so they could do that. Smarter, stronger, more intuitive. And some women took all of those gifts and used them to destroy their children. Can you imagine? So God is really fucking irritated. And I can understand it. Because, to like go that far out of his way to like make women so special just so that they wouldn't fuck up raising kids and then have them use all of those special gifts to fuck up their kids. Yeah, I can see why he's pissed off about that. Yeah, they're paying dearly. The pedophiles, there's no hope for you. Just shoot yourself in the fucking head. And the mothers who betrayed your children, I'm not sure there's hope for you either. You're gonna have to decide that for yourself. Probably could just shoot yourself in the head too. Get it over with. Betray your own children. It's just not okay. It's not okay. It doesn't happen. It's unnatural. Only a reptile would do that. Or a rat. So you will be treated accordingly, God said. like the rats and reptiles you are. I seriously, at first, I just wanted them to turn around so they wouldn't have to pay the consequences of their actions. Like, I just wanted them to, hey, I'm sorry, and just let's just sweep all this under the rug and let's everyone turn around and get on the right track. I thought that was actually what was going to happen, but it didn't. Everybody just doubled down and kept coming for me. So obviously, my dreams of everybody turning to God and going to heaven got shattered. So now I'm looking at like I I don't want them to suffer, but the only way that I can stop suffering is if all of them are in jail. They won't stop. They all have to go to jail for me to be able to survive, for me to be able to live a life. They all have to go to jail. My life is in danger. If any one of those people is not in jail, judges, lawyers, cops, family, friends, my life is in danger until they are all in jail. My freedom is at stake until they're all in jail. My kids are in danger until they're all in jail. And do I want to see them suffer? No. But I don't want to continue to suffer for them to fucking make other people suffer too. I mean, what are they doing that's so fucking important? Shit, all the people I talked about that I didn't out before, they've hurt people since. They're just going to keep hurting people. That's what they do. So until they're all in jail, my life is in danger. And so is anybody that's around them, honestly. Anybody who's around somebody, a serial killer, is in danger. Hello? You know, it's just so funny. You like pointed out, like, hey, it's a serial killer. And everyone's like, so they didn't try to kill me. You know what I mean? You're like, this indifference, the indifference of people is unbelievable. They just don't give a shit. Well, they didn't put a shotgun to my head. What do I care? Who cares if it was my own fucking brother? Why would I give a shit? It's just weird. The indifference is just fucking weird to me. And the fact that all these people are running around trolling my fucking pages, I mean, just talking mad trash to me. And they're murderers. They're fucking murderers. They're watching me right now. My fucking dearest mother is watching me right now. She didn't want to pay any attention to me my whole fucking life, but my channel's her favorite fucking thing to watch now. I painted this really nice painting for her and hung it at the bottom of the stairs. She literally took it down and put a drawing that my sister had done up instead, put my painting facing the wall, and said she didn't like my art. I mean, she did everything in her power to destroy me. Everything. And the indifference of the people around that just were like, whatever, that's okay. Your mom doesn't have to treat you well. Your mom doesn't have to let you live in the home. Your mom can steal all your money. That's okay. The indifference, it blows my mind. All I can figure is everybody, they must all be getting paid. Why would they just literally just not, or is it mob mentality? What is it? What is it that nobody gives a fuck? I mean, literally nobody. It's weird. I mean, I knew that it was a weird world we were living in, but I never imagined that when I finally am able to sort through the traumas of my childhood and come out and tell everyone that I was a witness of a conversation about my dad's murder. I never once imagined that nobody would even fucking give a fuck. Like that wasn't even on my list of things. Like this whole time, my whole life, I thought I was trying to solve his murder because I knew it was a murder. I didn't know I already had the answers right there and that I was protecting my mom the whole time. Talk about weird, but I didn't know. It was part of the doom and gloom program. And then once but the whole time I was trying to figure it out, and I would interview everybody in the family, and I would, I thought everybody was trying to help me figure it out too, is what I thought at the time. And then I finally figure it out, and nobody gives a shit. What? Good thing I didn't say anything about it back then because I had to live with her, huh? If I would have told y'all back then, I would have really been fucking dead because you don't even give a shit. You don't even give a shit. No sweat off your fucking back, huh? Doesn't affect your life anyway. Who cares? Like, I've lived my whole life to fucking get justice for my dad, to figure out what happened. And I finally figure it out and I tell everybody, and nobody cares. Nobody cares. Not even his family. He's got a big family, a bunch of people that don't care. It's fucking weird. Like, what's going on? Oh, Merry Christmas. I'm glad you're here with me, Masa, for Christmas. It's nice. I love you. It's so strange to me how if you live your life to be moral, ethical, and to try to get justice for everybody, that you end up alone on Christmas. That's what happens. When you're like a just great person, that's what happens. You have nobody. That is just weird. I've noticed that my whole life though. Because when I was younger, I used to think that, people would always just say, like, they're a bad person or they're a good person, they're a bad person. You always hear that. And I used to always think, well, I'm a good person. So people are going to like me because I'm a good person. But I found out very early on that that is not true. People did not like me because I was a good person. They just didn't. They didn't care about that. Being a good person isn't what gets you liked. I don't even know that I could have been liked by being a bad person, but definitely being a good person didn't get me liked. It got me hated, shunned. It's weird. Because I've always wanted to be around good people. You know what I mean? Like, I want to be around people that I know are kind, that aren't going to steal from me, that aren't going to try to kill me. That's kind of always been the crowd I wanted to hang out with. But yeah, it's just weird how most people, the crowd that they hang with, are the thieves, the murderers. That's that's the popular crowd. Those are the ones that everybody wants to be around. It's so weird. And you're like, hey, they killed your brother. And they're like, oh, that's all right. They make great pumpkin pie. What? It's like the fucking Twilight Zone around here. And I talked about, when I was younger, I never um told anybody about the sexual assaults that I had gone through because nobody would have believed me. I didn't think they would. And sure enough, they didn't. And then I tell everybody about knowing about my dad's murder, and yeah, no one believes me. Or if they do, they don't care. I don't see how they could not believe me. I'm just telling you what I saw. And like everybody knows all the players that were there. The neighbors know. Like everybody knows. Everybody fucking knows. I'm not lying. So why doesn't anybody care? It's fucking weird. It just blows my fucking mind. I think it's hard to be bad. But like I said, that's because we're developed souls. It starts to be hard to be bad, not hard to be good. I just, my thing is when I look at it, it looks like everybody is either involved or indifferent, one or the other, or both. And I'm trying to figure out who's coming with me. Like, is anybody? Or is everybody going to hell? I know I'm being sequestered from everybody so that I don't know if I'm getting through to anybody or not because they just want me to shut up. I know that. Like they've made that obvious. And it's honestly the only thing that motivates me to not shut up is that I can tell they want me to shut up. So that means I shouldn't shut up. But it's not because like they literally cut everybody. I'm surprised you can even talk to me. They literally cut everybody off from me. And then they'll like literally they'll block everybody, but then they'll let like one person through. So it looks like they're not blocking people, but they fucking are. They're blocking everybody except you and whoever else they let through to make it look like whatever. But this whole time they're saying there's like one or two people in the fucking room. Um, Listen, I used to have about a month ago, I have like 5,000 views on one of my fucking long videos, okay? And that was all of my videos, 1,000 to 5,000 views. And now they're saying I've got like 50 or less. And that is since I've tripled my subscription rate. Okay, I was getting 1,000 to 5,000 views on my long tarot reading videos when I only had 1,000 subscribers or less. And now I've got almost 3,000 subscribers, but no one's watching. Um, and I didn't even do lives back then. I hadn't even thought about doing them for some reason. I honestly wasn't so sure about the energy, but I got really good at fighting people shooting negative energy at me. So it started actually working for me. I would just take their energy, use it for and just purify their energy. That's what I do. I purify energy. It doesn't matter what you throw at me, even if it's supposed to hurt me, I'll just purify it and I'll use it. It makes me stronger. So I don't mind. At first, I didn't know about it. I thought it might be hurting me, but it's not. It's helping me. I just transmute it. And I don't even feel it now, hardly. I can feel when the energy in the room changes, though. I can feel when certain people come in the room. And you can tell too if you're watching my channel. You can tell too when certain energies come in here because I'll get really aggressive all of a sudden. And I'll just start telling somebody off like randomly. It's because somebody came in the room that's fucking trying to shoot stupid energy at me. And I don't like it. Oh, I know. They're terrible. They're terrible. Um, yeah, I've actually talked about them extensively. That it's like, I've called them out, they've been tagged, and they're about to be bagged too. God's not happy with them at all. Because what they're doing is starving people, um, you know, basic socialist fucking bullshit. Or communist, I don't know. Anyways, it's just control tactics and it's fucking bullshit. And they're starving people. People that try to make a living doing this shit. They've got total control over their money and they use it to their advantage to starve people, make them homeless. But I'm thankful because I've made $13.50 in like 2 years. So I'm just going to be appreciative of that. If I ever get it, I haven't actually gotten it yet. It's just a promise. If I can make it to $100, then I'll get that $13.50 I've made over the past 2 years. But I'm not holding my breath because I certainly am not going to count on people that I know are fucking my shit up every chance they get. And they hold out carrots too. So I don't fall for it. They try to control you and own what you do for their advantage. And then they make it look like they are going to reward you for that. But right before that reward comes, they change the rules of the game. You know the type. I remember dealing with people like this back in elementary school. Elementary kids were like that. If you do this, this, and this, then you get that. And then they were just setting you up. They were never really going to fucking give you what they said they were going to give you. It's a setup. It's a total setup. And not everybody's going to fall into the trap because they do have to have people that they prop up to get other people to fall for it. So not everybody's going to understand what I'm talking about. And then there's those that they try to hold down, make them desperate, and then they make them offers. There's those too. It's very typical in the tarot community. They offer them money to take out other people. Basically, if you do things a certain way, they let your shit. Put it this way, I know people are seeing my stuff the same amount as before, probably more. But they're just showing me less. It's not that I'm getting less views. It's that they're showing me that I'm getting less views because what they're saying is we are not going to pay you. That's what they're saying. We're not going to pay you. Because now that I'm in a position where they would have to pay me, they're not going to show me all those views because I would get paid for them. So now I get like no views. So, maybe some people would do twice as much, 3 times as much, maybe even, to try to get them to pay them anything, but not me. Or modify their content, make it more something that they want. Because they are a part of the program. They're trying to get people to think a certain way. And if your programming isn't a part of that program, then they don't want it. There's a very specific agenda and program that they're pushing. And some people fit more into that program naturally than others. I don't fit into the program at all naturally. Like it's not in me at all. I I was created to buck the system. Like literally, that's what God created me to do. To buck the system. Anything that anybody that tries to tell me what to do, I automatically do the opposite. Like that's just my personality. You can't tell me what to do or I will do the opposite. There's only one person that I know that can even come close to guiding me to do something other than what I intend. And it's still not foolproof because because my passions are so strong. If God tells me to do something, I do it. It doesn't matter. But I do respect what he says so much. And I take it to heart. But other than that, if somebody else tries to like guide me in any sort of way, I will literally go the other way just for that reason. Because I have always known that people trying to guide me are trying to lead me astray. It's just what has always been true in my life. And like I said, I was made to buck the system. I was made to rebel. I'm a rebel. But if I was a person that you could tell what to do, I wouldn't have made it very far in life because they've been trying to stop me since I was born. Since I was fucking born. I've been chosen since I was born. This wasn't something that I just did like I did a really good job in life and no, like I came here with all of the genetic material, the soul evolution that was needed to do what was needed to be done. And part of that is literally being somebody that rejects anybody that's trying to control me. I reject it. That's my nature. And I can see why now better than ever because we are not meant to be controlled. It really should be everybody's nature because God doesn't want us being controlled. He wants us free. We're supposed to be free. We're supposed to be free to create, not controlled and stifled. Our creation, our creative powers have been stifled by the doom and gloom program. And I'm here to break it, break the fucking, break the game, break the illusion. That's why it's in my makeup to rebel against everything because literally everything in the world of the world today is an illusion that needs to be broken. And anybody who speaks truth unabashedly is breaking the illusion. And the reptilian agenda is trying to stop that. And they're everywhere. I'm just gonna say that. They're everywhere. They're on Cash App. They're on YouTube. They're on Facebook. I'm sure there are a whole bunch of other places. Those are just they're on Plenty of Fish. And just for fans. And I'm just telling you where I found them personally. Like straight up, they're there. Personally, I found them there. They're working for the agenda. But they're everywhere. And if they're not reptiles, they're humans that are just as good as reptiles, God said. They might as well be reptiles. They act like them. They're gonna go to hell just like them. They're gonna burn just like them, is what God said. Ew, that gave me chills. You don't even want to tell them what you just saw. Okay, I just saw crisping of skin, flames, and crisping of skin. That's what I just saw. So that's what they have to look forward to. And I'm getting chills up my spine like you wouldn't fucking believe right now. Oh yeah, it's so disgusting. It is so bad what they're doing. I've been talking about it too, but it's like I don't even know why. Like right now I'm feeling like I shouldn't say anything because I'm on their channel. This is their flipping platform, but it's not really. It's fucking mine. It's mine. The only reason it's theirs is because they don't fucking pay me for it. They control everything. They control all the views, they control the likes. And I know this. I know this. I can see it. I know when more people have liked a video than they're showing on that. I know statistically, I've seen people pushing likes and it not showing up on my fucking things. They're not registering likes. They're not registering views. They're playing games. They're playing games for sure. They as a matter of fact, they demonetize everything. Right now, they only want me doing shorts. So, well, first of all, when I first got monetized to where I could be monetized, they demonetized everything that I made after that. Everything I made before that, they kept monetized. But everything I made after I got my 1,000 viewers and all that, and I could be monetized, they demonetized every single video that I did after that, except for my shorts. Most of my shorts, they don't demonetize. So basically, they're telling me, Beth, your shit was good enough before, but it's not now that we have to pay you. We're not paying you for any of that. Except for the shorts. And they've been telling me that they would only run my shorts from the beginning. Because they would run the shit out of my shorts, but not my long videos. Okay. So they've been encouraging me to do shorts from the very beginning. And I used to do the shit out of them. I enjoyed them and stuff. But then when they demonetized my long videos and they're like, we only are going to keep your shorts monetized. And I'm thinking, literally right now, I make 25 cents a day on my shorts. So it's like, spend hours and all day long basically to make 25 cents. I mean, thanks anyway. But yeah. And then, so I was like, okay, fuck it. You only pay me for shorts. I'll just make a shit ton of shorts and you can start paying me for that. We'll call it a day. And I just quit doing all my long videos because they're not paying me. They demonetize it before it even comes out. Like it's up. This video right now is already demonetized. Like all I have to do is push the on button and it's demonetized. So I was like, okay, because I do need to make money. I get it. Like I am not exempt from having to eat. So wow, okay. It was like a sparkler over here. Okay. Anyways, so I just started doing a shit ton of fucking shorts. And now, like I used to get thousands of views on my shorts. Now they're giving me like 20 to 50 views on my shorts. They're monetized. I'm making money off of them, but they're not running them or they're not counting my views. They're not counting my likes. They're not counting my views. As a matter of fact, at first, like a couple of them were running so good, and the way they have my stuff, my views, they had my views restricted so that the views wouldn't show. So I'd only have like 12 views, but I had 44 likes on a video. And this would happen for like, it'd be that way for a couple hours until somebody would see what was going on, that they hadn't restricted the likes, that they'd only restricted the views, and they would have to up them. And then they would up the views, they would double the amount of likes. But by the way, nobody likes shit that much. There's no way. About 10% of people will hit the like button, maybe a quarter, a third at the most. But half, no, they would be like, well, over half like this one. The one that I was saying was like 44 likes and 12 views. They'd go back and put, well, there's 88 people that viewed that actually. When we went back and reviewed it, it was more than 12. There was 88 people that viewed it and 44 likes. It's like there's no way there was more than 88 if I had 44 likes. There's just no way. I've never seen 50% likes on anything. Anything. But now on my stuff I'll get 50% likes on shit. Fucking bullshit. Bullshit. And and I know they're restricting the likes too anyway, but they just don't have the ratio like set right. They fuck up all the time. It's obvious what they're doing. It literally yesterday that happened on like 4 of my videos. That I had like 50 or so likes and 10 views. For hours it was like that. And that never happened before. It's not that it tallies stuff at different rates. That never happened before. That's happening now. That's a new thing. I never noticed that before. But they used to let my shorts run. Now they're not. Now they're not. Now they only want me to get 12 views on a short instead of thousands because now I'm getting paid for them. No joke. That's what they're doing. I would have to, like, I don't know how many views I would have to get before they would actually give me, they would allow me to show. They wouldn't. They don't want me to make any money at all. Like, they're not going to let me make money. They've made that clear. They want me to starve to death. They want me homeless. They're a part of the agenda. They also love my short videos. And they want me to make more. I got the memo. And they also don't like the Jesus ones. They would like me to do other ones. They like the stuff outdoors. They like the stuff showing my face. They would like me to stop doing the Jesus videos. They've made that very clear by just harassing the shit out of me for Jesus videos, trolling the shit out of my Jesus videos. So you know what I do? I make more Jesus videos. You know, they always say, uh, with essential oils. If you don't like the smell, it's probably something that you really need. And so that's what I always figure. If it offends you, you probably need more of it. So anything that I see that's offensive to people, I just give them more of it. They obviously need more. They need to be deconditioned from being so upset over anything, really. Nothing should get you that fucking upset. Especially a short on a fucking YouTube video about Jesus. And by the way, Jesus has to be colored some color. And my Jesus isn't black. My Jesus looks just like God. He looks like Northern Europeanish. He looks like I don't know. He's got a darker complexion, but he's not black. No. Sorry. Maybe your Jesus is black, but my Jesus, my God, my Jesus is not black. He's got dark hair. He could almost be Middle Eastern, even. Maybe. But he's not black. And we all have different gods, by the way. Your God is not necessarily my God. It's possible. Yeah, it's just to be a part of the program. Yeah, you can imagine him any way you want to. He was born in the Middle East. I happen to I know what he looks like. I've seen him. So there's that. But it's funny because everybody on my flippin' channel wants to harass me because they're trying, oh, like Jesus is black. And I'm just like, at first I was like, fine, he's black. I don't really care what color he is. But the more I get into it and the more I get harassed about it, you know what? I've seen Jesus and he's not fucking black. So there. Tell me you've seen Jesus and that he's black. And I might consider what you're saying, but I would know for sure you don't have the same God as me. Because I've seen Jesus and he's not black. Masa's right. He's probably some kind of Middle Eastern. He's got dark hair. And his skin is not as light as mine. But it's not dark either. He has light skin. Yeah, he has blue eyes. Anyways. All that stuff is irrelevant except for the fact that people want to press the subject. And if you want to get to the truth of the matter, we'll get to the truth of the matter. I don't really give a fuck what color he is. And I also happen to know, here's another thing I happen to know. I happen to know of black gods. There are gods that are black. Now, do they have a Jesus too that died on a cross? I don't think so. Maybe, but yeah, there are black gods. My God just happened to have thrown Jesus on the earth. That's all. Just all of our gods are under love. All of our gods are under another God that's above them. They're all fucking just like us. We're all under fucking God, okay? That's love. And we're all working on the same mission to save Mother Earth. And these humans, some of us are black, some of us are white. We're all gods, okay? But Jesus is not black. I just want to make that clear. I don't know why. It just gets on my nerves when people want to act like they know something. You guys don't fucking know what you're talking about. Y'all want to talk a bunch of shit, but you don't even know God. You guys have no fucking clue who God is, and you want to tell me what color Jesus is. What the fuck do you know? I happen to know Jesus personally. Give me a fucking break. So annoying. You guys want to say something? Fucking know something first. It's so funny because I used to listen to what people, I'm irritated by it, is because I used to listen, um, yeah, all is one and one is love. I used to listen to what people said, and not like I would take it like it was truth, but I would just entertain it. Like, well, that's possible because I don't know. I didn't know. But just recently here, Thanksgiving Day, as a matter of fact, God showed up. God showed up, and he's pretty much been sitting right here ever since. If I look over here and I say, God, he's here. Let's put it that way. And I've gotten to the heart of a lot of things. I've been able to ask a lot of questions. I've been able to see what my God actually looks like. I've been able to see what Jesus actually looked like. Okay, I know. I'm talking to God. I know. So anybody who comes to me and wants to tell me any fucking thing, it's just like, it's fucking laughable. Because first of all, you obviously aren't talking to God, or you would know too. You wouldn't have anything to argue with me about. You would know too. Because God would have told you the same thing he told me. Ask Masa. Anybody who is an ascended master, anybody who's connected to the fucking ethers, gets the same answers. We all get the same answers. That's why we don't disagree on anything. Have you guys ever noticed? The 144 don't disagree on anything. We don't. Because we're all tapped into the same God. And God tells us all the same answers. So if you're arguing with one of us, you don't know what you're fucking talking about. You're obviously not you're not tapped in. If you disagree with me about God, you're not tapped in. Just plain and simple. You're literally showing your cards by coming up against me that you are like an antichrist, basically. Because if you were tapped into God, you wouldn't disagree with me. Because all I'm doing is telling you what God says. And God tells everybody the same thing. That's how we know who's who. That's why all of us 144 are out here arguing with each other about flipping anything. We all have the same information. We all got the same information. We all got the memo. Masa knows God's not black or Jesus isn't black. There are black gods. Masa knows Jesus isn't black. God told her. Same thing fucking God told me. God doesn't lie to us. And we're not lying. We're actually talking to God. It's no mystery. It's no mystery. God is not black. That's not a mystery. Whoever's pushing that fucking shit, I don't know what you're doing. It's like the same shit like the fucking earth is fucking flat. You live on a fucking flat earth with a black god. Like, I don't know where you are. It's not fucking around here. Definitely not around here. I just don't appreciate people talking about my God when they don't know my God. If you know God, feel free to talk to me about God because I enjoy it. I enjoy the fucking camaraderie. But most of the people that are trying to fucking say shit on my channel, they they have no clue who God is. None. Then the only saving grace to it all is at least or kind of, they're running their mouth on my channel. So it used to get me more views. Now that they just clip my views, it doesn't even matter. None of it matters. They're never going to give me money. Nothing I do on this fucking channel is going to generate me money. Nothing. Even if I could get people to flip and donate me money, they're taking my money off Cash App too. Probably PayPal too, for all I know. They got this shit wrapped up. And then to top it all off, the people who are closest to me are attacking me. It's like fucking weird. They got it from every angle. You know, and this is something else I've noticed my whole life, and why people, I don't know if this is different for everybody else, but for me, I can tell when I'm being blocked. And I don't just keep pushing because I'm being blocked. What's the point? What's the point of pushing through it? I'm being blocked. It's obvious. And my whole life, people have always been, well, you just got to try a little harder. You got to just do it this way, or you just got to do it that way. And I'd always just be like, it's not going to fucking work. And I can't tell you how many times I've been like, okay, fine, I'll do it. I'll do it your way. And I do it their way times 10 because I can do anything fucking good, anything I want to do. And it still wouldn't work. And it'd just be like, see, but it's like that it was even more confirmation to me. Like it does not matter. When they are blocking me, it does not matter what I do. Because they can block me from every angle. They've got all the people to do it, everybody in my family, in my friends, in the government, in the schools, everywhere. In my jobs, they got people everywhere. In Cash App, in YouTube, in Facebook, everywhere. In the bank, they got people everywhere. So when they're blocking me, what's the point of pushing? It's just waste my fucking energy. I might as well just sit down, not do anything, or just do whatever I like I'm doing now on here. They're not going to pay me. Why should I sit here and try to protect them on my channel? They're not paying me. That's a part of the program to make me try to protect them because of the thought that they might pay me someday. Maybe. But they keep clipping my wings every time I turn around. This has been going on for 2 years. Well, maybe a year and a half. But regardless, long fucking enough for me to see what's going on. And I have 6 different channels I run. So kind of funny when I started running shorts on all of my channels again, I was getting thousands of views on all my other channels that I only have 800 or less subscribers, all the way down to 100 subscribers. I'm getting thousands of views on my shorts, but on Gatekeeper, where I have almost 3,000 subscribers, I'm getting less than 100 on most of my shorts. Less than 100 views. Why? Because it's a monetized site and they would have to pay me for them if they showed me that they got those views. Is that not obvious enough? Is that not proof enough? Or is it just nobody gives a fuck? like my dad being murdered. It's just weird how just no like indifference everywhere. Everywhere you look. There's some bad players, but mostly a bunch of people that don't give a fuck about the bad players and don't give a fuck about how bad you're getting fucked over because it doesn't affect them. If it doesn't affect them, they don't care. And isn't that the fucking usual? I mean, I've been dealing with that since fucking elementary school. Dealing with bullies. None of the kids liked the bullies, but if they weren't bullying them, they sure as hell didn't give a fuck. It's always me against the fucking bullies. Andre and I. It's one of the things that we bonded on immediately is that we're both bully slayers. Oh, I love that about him. Love you, Andre. Fuck the bullies. You know, I'm fucking taking them down. I don't care if I'm going down, I'm taking them down with me. I'm already going down. I'm taking you with me. All of you. You're gonna push my fucking face into the sand? You're coming with me. I'm dragging you all down with me. Every illegal thing that you're doing, I am calling out. And it's all being investigated. And yeah, you will be sued. I will be suing you. Normally, I don't do the suing thing, but I think I'm going to start because I'm suing my family. I'm suing YouTube. I'm suing flipping Facebook. Oh, yeah. And fucking Google and fucking Plenty of Fish for messing with my emails, for having a Plenty of Fish account that you won't let me get into in my name. Yeah, I'm suing all those people. Oh yeah, and the judges, and the probation officer, and the cops. They're all getting sued. Oh yeah, and Dow Chemical sued for what happened to my dad and for what happened to the Great Lakes. You're going to be paying me. I'm really not the Sue happy type, but all of a sudden I'm feeling like I might change my name to Sue. Just call me Sue. In the inhumane treatment in the jails, definitely suing on that too. I don't think keeping humans in a room that's like 60 degrees and less with one thin blanket and only a fucking t-shirt is fucking humane. I'm surprised people aren't fucking dying in there. It's probably really fucking cold right as I speak. That was some bullshit. You put people in fucking jail. You take them out of their fucking homes. And then you don't even give them a place that's fucking inhabitable. You're going to hell for that. You think it's funny? You're going to hell for that. They're all watching, family. Like, okay, let me tell you, all the people stalking me right now. Correctional officers of the Northwest United States, or no, Northeast United States, are stalking me right now. The police from my hometown are stalking me right now. The police from San Francisco, California are stalking me right now. The police from Humboldt County, California are stalking me right now. Just thought I'd call a few out. And I'll get to specific names too if you want to keep stalking me. Cops from Midland. I don't know what you're doing, but I'm going to get more specific if you keep it up. Because all I see is your name. What are you doing? Family, I feel like there's a cop that's been paid to take me out. I feel like he's a hitman because he's a retired cop that is stalking me. It doesn't make sense. And he's not of the age that he would have been, he would have known the cop that killed my dad. So, what is he doing? What does he want with me? Andre, you know who I'm talking about. Anyways, I'm not gonna just like, I'm not a sitting duck. I have a voice. Um, I also am very highly intuitive. I actually can sense more with my intuition than I can see with my eyes or hear with my ears. I'm more accurate with my intuition. So you might want to back off. Fair warning. I know what you're doing. And I don't appreciate it. As a matter of fact, I've seen you around me way too much already. How come you're always the cop that shows up? How come you're always the cop that shows up at my fucking house, asshole? You've been stalking me for a fucking while. I see you. I know what you're doing. He's being paid, Andre. He's being fucking paid to take me out. He thinks he's gonna kill me like they killed my fucking dad. They always hire the fucking cops, don't they? Fucking God, you better back off. I swear to God, I'm gonna start screaming your fucking name so loud. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. You can sue me. I don't care. I don't have any money. Fucking idiot. Back the fuck off me. Andre, I know where he lives. He lives near my house. I know where you live. I know exactly where you fucking live. They like to come fuck with my lives, try to send me evil eye and shit. But all they do is tell on themselves. I didn't know you were a hitman till just now. I knew I had a hitman after me. I didn't know it was you specifically. Fucking idiot. You're a fucking idiot. You all are idiots. Every single one of you fucking reptiles. And I don't even think you're a reptile. You're just a dumbass human. You're fucking dumb as a box of fucking rocks. Let's just face it. You're a fucking jarhead. Whatever that means, but that's what you look like. Fucking ugly motherfucker. I do not like you. Stay the fuck away from me. Dog, get off the bed. It's freezing. Freezing in here. Some jumping jacks or something. So retired cops become hitmen these days? That's what they do? That's weird. Oh, so it's not you sending hearts? See what I'm saying? It's like they only have one person in here. You know, is that you, Masa? Okay. Yeah. Okay. So there we go. More proof. There's other people besides Masa throwing hearts, but they only show one person in the fucking room. Yeah, one on chat. And Andre's in here too. Andre's always on here. So there's at least that's why I was saying I know for a fact there's more on here than they're showing. Because Andre's always in the room with me. He's my shadow. So they're shameless about it. They're fucking shameless. They know everybody knows what they're doing. They do this to me on Facebook too. Not I don't even know how you make money on Facebook anyway. I'm sure they probably try to make you think that can make money off there too though. And I'm sure some people do. But I guarantee you that I couldn't. Guarantee you I will never make money off of either fucking place. No, he can't right now. They're fucking blocking him. They're blocking him. Sometimes he can get through, but usually no. I've had friends try to put through a message like 4 or 5 times and finally get through like the fifth time. But usually, like, when they try to put a message through, it kicks them off altogether. So then they have to come back on. So I don't know. It's like obvious what they're doing. It's so obvious. But they don't care how obvious they are. Like, they don't care because, like, nobody's stopping them. So they're just doing it indiscriminately. But what God's telling me is like they're being watched. They think they're getting away with it, but that's not what's happening. You're not getting away with it. Everything's being monitored, tallied. And yeah, you owe me a fucking lot of money. And then reparations from that, like pain and suffering from not getting my money when it was due. Then all the other jerking around fucking money. You owe me a lot of fucking money. And yeah, I'm suing for it. And I don't need a lawyer. I'll represent myself. And yeah, I have all the proof and everything, witnesses, all of it. And I have God. And God has seen a lot more than I have. I love having God. It's like the best thing ever. It's like it's like being a U of M fan, you know, instead of like Ohio State or something. I got God in my corner. I can't lose. No, I'm just teasing, but for real, I've got God in my corner. I'm gonna win. The only, let me tell you a little secret. The one thing about working with God, there's a couple things about working with God that you can count on. Number one, you always win. But number two, it's always going to take longer than if you do it without God. You're going to have to wait a little bit longer for shit to get done right. God does not hurry. God always wins, but he does not hurry. He does everything perfectly. And he's given you all the rope you need to properly hang yourself with. He wants enough rope to hang around your neck and to hang around your fucking balls. Yeah, they do that. They mess with the messages, they delete messages. They've even gone so far as to like write certain messages to piss somebody off. To honestly, it was Andre. Piss Andre off. Have Andre say some fucked up shit back to them, and then delete their message that they put. So it just looked like Andre was going off on me, and I was like, "What the fuck?" Like they'll do that too. They manipulate the shit out of stuff to alienate me in any way possible. They want me to be completely alienated. And they certainly don't want Andre and I talking to each other. It's just fucking funny as fuck. It's funny as fuck because they can't stop it. And they think they can. And we're psychic. We speak telepathically. You fucking idiots. You can't stop it. You just make us stronger, actually. You forced the issue. You have forced us to be telepathic. You have forced it. So now we're even stronger, even closer, even more in love. And it's thanks to you. What is it they say about something you work for? So much more gratifying when you get it than something you didn't work for. Isn't that right, Andre? Andre likes a challenge. I know it's crazy. Like, okay, I'm getting totally messed with on Facebook, okay? And I have people on there sending me porno shit. Like, I have people I had one person on there sent me a picture of a child's genitals. It was actually their profile pic. And I'm getting banned. I'm for what? Same with YouTube. It's just like the vulgarity I see, and they have a problem with me. What exactly is their fucking problem with me? That I want to be treated fairly? Damn it. That's all people have always had a problem with me because I like to be treated fairly, and I will not keep my mouth shut. When I see an injustice, and it's not just me, I speak up for any injustice I see. I don't care. And any injustice I see is like it just happened to me. Might as well have happened to me. Because if it could happen to you, it could happen to me. I'm not fucking stupid. I don't think I'm fucking any more special or privileged than anybody else. I know an injustice that happens to you is just as easily could have been me. So I will speak up on anything I see, anything and everything. And they don't like that because they prefer child pornography. They think that is a little more palatable for their commercials. I guess they're most worried about their marketing, like the people that buy the commercials. And the people buying the commercials don't like people like me that speak truth. They like pornography, child pornography, um, like sadistic stuff. That's the stuff that the commercials really prefer to pay their advertising on. Yeah, commercials just don't pay for advertising on truth tellers for some reason. If I was a product, I would want my product being shown marketed on a truth teller's channel. You know what I mean? Because I would believe the marketing way more. Because I'd be like, well, that's a truth teller. And then you see a commercial, you would just assume it was a true commercial. Truth teller, truth commercial. It would go together. But apparently, that isn't how they're teaching marketing in college these days. They're teaching them that that people are most programmable when it comes to commercials when they're watching pornography, child porn, um, shit like that. It's weird. It doesn't even make logical sense. But people don't look at logic. People don't like to think for themselves. That's why you see in crowds the whole issue with mob mentality. Um, one person can lead a whole mob of people to their death. They'll all jump off a cliff. They just do what the mob does. I don't know. It's something about human nature. I've never had that problem. See, if I see everybody running this way, I will immediately stop and start looking like other directions, anywhere else than where everybody's running to, because I don't trust people. They're probably wrong, but that's just not the way most people think. It's not the way human beings think for some reason. And I think it might have to do with it's like an unhealed human being trait that they end up getting that inability to think for themselves. So they automatically look to the next person to think for them, regardless of if the next person is thinking properly or not. Like they don't know, but it does. They just know they can't think. So they just go to the next person, and everybody's doing that. So it's literally one faulty thinker making the decision for the whole flipping crowd. It's why people really need to be careful about thinking for themselves, for themselves. Yeah. Well, Elon Musk is a billionaire. He's going to hell. All the billionaires are, unless they give up their fucking money. My dog spilled right here. I'm like trying to sit back here, but I can't. I gotta move up there. Anyways, maybe I'll just go. I think I'm gonna lay down. Um, but yeah, the billionaires have too much money. They need to give up their money. Just having that much money is a sin. Um, yeah, it's so crazy too, because it's such a status symbol. It's exactly opposite of how God looks at it. Like people look at them like they glorify rich people like they're something special, and they're actually exactly the opposite. To God, those people hoarding money are like dog shit on the bottom of his shoe, he just said. That's how he views them. They're the lowest of the low. I mean, who would do that? You would have to be pretty fucking low to do that. Can you imagine? Okay, so you're sitting in a you're sitting in a forest, okay? You have like a tribe of people, and you have so much food supply, and you've got one fat ass that's got all the food. Okay, say there's 100 apples, okay? And this fat ass has 99 out of the 100 apples. And he's going to sit there and eat all 99 apples while he makes the rest of his tribe split one apple. I mean, it's just obvious what a jackass he is. He should be fucking killed. He's putting the lives of the whole tribe in jeopardy because he's a fucking badass. Just kill him. Get rid of him. You can't have one person take down the whole fucking tribe. You just can't. You got to think of the greater good of all the people of the tribe. Because what that one fucking fat ass is going to do is he's going to kill off the whole tribe. He's going to be the only one left. Why save his ass? Get rid of him. He's got to go. Native Americans would have gotten rid of him. He would be gone. And they're peaceful people. But they're not going to let one jackass take down a whole fucking. And they didn't have jails and prisons. They would have had to take him out. I can't even imagine what other way you would deal with a person like that. Or a pedophile. How else are you going to deal with that shit? They got to go. I mean, at rainbow gatherings, they duct taped him to a tree. Somewhat more, less violent. I don't know, but it takes care of the problem. You're not going to hurt anybody duct taped to that tree. So yeah, hippies are peace loving, but yeah, we're not going to just let fucking people hurt us or hurt our family. No, we will stop you. In a peaceful community, there's going to be a couple people that are going to go down. And it's going to take a peaceful community to handle it together. And it's going to take, honestly, some peace loving leaders to put this shit in motion. All of the government across the world needs to be replaced. And Masa, I want to read what you're saying, but I have to like kneel in this wet stuff to do it. So I'm just gonna but I love you. Just know I love you. But yeah, all of the world leaders are gonna need to be replaced with the 144. And in the United States, we vote. And I suggest everybody write Elizabeth Hartwick in on the ballot. And I don't know how we're going to deal with it in the rest of the world yet, but I also plan on there not being separate countries. We're one world. And it's not just my plan, it's God. We're one world under God. We're not there's not going to be borders and separation. And we're all going to be free. I demand it. And so does my 144. And so does God. We demand it. And we're going to get it. We're everywhere, by the way. You know, those reptiles seem to be everywhere too. But the 144, we're everywhere. I see us everywhere. And we're gaining ground. Big time. Every day I see difference. Every day I can see a difference. And I don't even leave my fucking house. But I see it. I see it just on Facebook, just on the shit people are posting. Every day is an improvement. So, well, on that note, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna get under the covers and stuff. Love you too, hun. Thanks for coming. I'm so glad they let you through. And thanks to everybody else who is here too. I know you're here. And I love everybody. I thank you. I can just feel your energy. Thanks for adding your energy to the room. And I love you, Andre. Thanks for the hearts. I love you guys. And I will probably be back tomorrow. I can't stay away as usual. I'm literally, this is me trying to keep my mouth shut. If you haven't noticed, I'm really just trying to keep my fucking mouth shut because I've gotten all the truth out there and I just am trying to not, I don't know, but I just can't help it. I just can't help it. I gotta come say hi and see what's going on, and then people come in the room that want to tell me secrets. You know how this game works. So, all right, I'll see you guys. I love you so much. Have a beautiful night. I'll see you tomorrow.